I started beginning of the season. You told me see February. Yeah, just come.
District managers are unable to cut tons of cocoa from its societies to depots because of lack of fuel to run its trucks.
What district manager? So what is Sikana Banovebo? She said, "Oh, person, cocoa no bad depo. Said the crash no ton cocoa no matter firms now. Wawa Copebusia. Now they are. I told this. Now they are cocoa now be good depo."
Its purchasing clerks are now using PBC facilities to buy and trade cocoa for competitors because there are no funds to pay farmers who sell their beans to the produce buying company.
Fludo. Because of your customers on back home.
In 2021, a whistleblower and senior staff of the produce buying company petitioned the presidency over the possible bankruptcy of the state-owned venture. He raised alarm about the downward trend of PBC's market shares. In his petition to the president, he made a prediction about the market share of the company. He stated that if PBC market share should hit a single digit, it will spell doom for the state-owned company.
Exception of our new management, I realized our fortunes per market share were falling, and as I indicated earlier, it affected our remunerations. You know something? For the past 6 years, we have never had even 1% salary increment, and you can imagine the hardships we are all finding ourselves through in Ghana now. Even 1%, we have, because yes, it's true. The financial difficulties and challenges we are facing, and it's all because we are not able to buy in volumes. That is why I wanted to inform the presidency. I wanted to inform the appropriate bodies to have a second look how best they can help PBC to stand on its feet to buy in volumes.
As it stands now, with the way PBC's market share is dropping, we are in the 2022-2023 cocoa season. With the way the trend is going, what do you think PBC's market share is likely to be in this season?
I'm not a prophet of doom, but we all have to be honest and be truthful to ourselves. As I predicted 2 years ago, that if things are not changed, as we have been doing things, we will be buying a single digit. And if we buy a single digit, it means we are not going to be able to pay ourselves and sustain the business. Everybody will be going home.
He blamed management for the predicament of PBC and urged a change in business strategy to protect the livelihood of the over 900 staff and 15,000 commission-based clerks.
Now, the Public Account Committee hearing today, the commissioner in charge of Domestic Tax Revenue Division, Edward Apente Jamra, revealed that the produce buying company also owes some 203.9 million cedis tax.
60.6 million, and objection determined 25.1, penalties and interest waived, and return files determined. And we have outstanding of 275.4 million. Mr. Chair, out of this 275 million, 246 are being contested. 247.7 is being contested by 3 companies. Millicom, I've mentioned the earlier one, Federated Commodities, and PBC. Mr. Chair, in respect of Federated Commodity and PBC, it has to do with VAT on haulage of cocoa, which they are contesting in court. So we're waiting for the determination of the court, and the court has adjourned to 26th of February. And when it's determined that they are liable to pay, we will enforce collection. So that is the situation of the 247.7 million that is owed by these three companies. Mr. Chair, the outstanding balance of 27.6 million, we're employing the same enforcement tools to collect them. So for your information, this is in court, so I can mention the names. Millicom Ghana for the VAT 12.9, Federated Commodity 30.8, and PBC, Produce Buying Company, 203.9 million, making up the 247.
So are they contesting, for instance, PVC, are they contesting the whole amount or portions of it?
Mr. Chair, they are contesting the whole amount. I think it has to do with the interpretation of a provision.
Okay.
For PBC and Federated Commodity, it has to do with whether they are liable to pay VAT on haulage. Okay. That is what they are contesting. They are of the view that they are not liable, but we think that they are also providing service, and as a result, they are required to charge VAT on the service.
Okay, thank you.
This is the main issue that is contested. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Meanwhile, the Côte d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative is reporting that both countries are grappling with the challenge of cocoa smuggling through other unregulated markets. Since its inception in 2018, Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire expressed willingness through the framework to define a common sustainable cocoa strategy with a view to increasing the prices received by cocoa farmers in their respective countries in a sustainable manner. Now, speaking in an exclusive interview with Blessed Soga on Foreign Affairs, Executive Secretary of the Cocoa Initiative, Alex Asanvo, lamented over the surge in smuggling in cocoa into other unregulated markets.
Because both countries are talking, are exchanging data. So recently in one of my board meetings, we were very clear. Both countries have exchanges, and Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana have presented some of the actions, joint effort at border. But the issue is even less at the border between Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire. Both countries are facing smuggling outside the country through other countries. So,
okay, not between Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana. Right?
Between Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana, anyway, when a farmer has a fit in both countries, you can't stop him to buy wherever he feels right. But that one is not where the problem is. The problem is trucks coming to Ghana and vice versa. This is less, and it's becoming less because the way we have set the price in both countries, the gaps is so close that doesn't allow anyone to have benefit by smuggling cocoa.
So people are rather moving in.
Well, I'm not saying they're rather moving, but there are others that are interesting to go and look where there are no regulations. That's how it works. But for us, we are not so worried because the key market for the African countries are Europe. And Europe has put some rules where today Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana have implemented traceability system, right? Which means that if you go and buy your cocoa elsewhere, well, you have to probably fraud for the data to prove where your product is coming from. So for us, this situation will probably benefit us because then only if you buy from Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana very clearly with the full traceability that prove that you are not buying from certain areas and ABC.
Now, away from that story, the Ghana Union of Traders Association is raising fears their supply chain may be disrupted owing to the latest announcement by 3 military leaders in Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger to officially leave the West African sub-regional bloc, Ecowas. Now, the 3 departing countries, which are currently facing sanctions for overthrowing democratically elected governments, say their decision to withdraw from Ecowas was based on inhumane sanctions and deviated from the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Now, although there are growing fears of dire economic and food security implications for Ghana, The country's ambassador to Burkina Faso, Boniface Gambila, says that will be too early to call.
Can survive. The problem of these exports is the issue of Ecowas sanctions. If we don't have Ecowas sanctions, everything is free. And even with this, their decision, I don't see anything going to affect us. Because Ghana and Burkina Faso are brothers and sisters. That's what we must know. It's just that the Berlin Conference divided us. The 1825 or 1875 Berlin Conference. That is the only difference. Closer to the border, you won't even know the difference. And the government here sees the president of Nana-Addo as their mother, their father. So the relationship is just so high that this change is just within the Sahel. It's a political issue of exploitation, of governance, of looking for freedom or looking for independence. And that will not affect Burkina and Ghana, because Burkina depends on us a lot and we depend on Burkina a lot. Brothers and sisters don't, even brothers and sisters fight, they sleep together.
But the Ghana Union of Traders say their members could be adversely impacted as their main source of supply of onions, tomatoes, and other staples come from the Burkina Faso country. The departure of these countries, they argue, could create more hurdles in doing business. Dr. Joseph Obin is the president of the Ghana Union of Traders, and he joins us via Zoom now. Doc, what is your basis actually for this, apart from the fact that you get your supplies from Burkina Faso? Beyond that, why are you worried?
Well, when it comes to trading, we stand to benefit a lot. They come here to buy most of the imported goods that we even import to Ghana. And when it comes to second-hand clothing and all that, they buy a lot. Even the manufactured goods that we produce here, they come and buy. We have the advantage in this relationship. And that's when it comes to the relationship that exists between Burkina Faso, Ghana, Mali, and Niger, we are almost intertwined and interrelated. What we should do as a nation, because this thing is going to affect us more than even the other member states because of our relationship. And so I suggest that we should bypass the Ecowas to find immediate solution by ourselves to solve this problem. Otherwise, it's going to affect us the most. The cross-border trading activities that goes on is going to be impacted negatively. Look at the cola nuts that we ship to Niger, the onions that we bring from there. You see that relationship. Look at the tomatoes that we bring. Look at the bulk of things that Burkinabés come and buy from there. Sometimes, if we have goods that is locked, one Burkinabe can come and buy a lot to go and stuff, because we are at the coastal area, they are hinterland, so we have more importers here. So definitely it's going to have a negative impact that we do not have to overlook. And that's, I suggest that as a nation, Ghana, we start to lose more than any of our counterparts in the other states. And that we should bypass the Ecowas and find immediate solution.
Okay, so immediate solution, for instance, as you say, what would you maybe propose for the Trade Ministry or the Foreign Affairs Ministry to do in the interim as we look forward to a peaceful resolution of this particular crisis?
Yeah, we have Ecowas as a community, and we have the Ecowas protocol. But don't forget that we have our bilateral relationship as individual nations as well. So we have to use our bilateral relationship with these countries, and especially when we are so much connected historically and everything, we stand to gain than to follow the crowd. Otherwise, we will lose out. It's very important. Look at the number of Burkinabés that are staying here. Look at the number of people, Ghanaians, staying in those countries.
All right.
We are almost intertwined, the intermarriages and all that. And when these things come, what is going to happen is that there are going to be suspicions. So because of those suspicions, there are going to be stricter controls at the borders. So when it comes like that, then the cross-border trading activities is curtailed.
All right.
And then to whose disadvantage? To the business community, even more than the government. So it's very important that we look at this, situate it at the proper context, do our bilateral arrangements. Whilst Ecowas is finding solution, we should not even wait, bypass and then find our own solutions. I think the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should not sleep on this and find ways to bridge up this almost broken relationship.
Thank you so much, Dr. Obin, for speaking to us here on JoyNews Prime. Now, moving on, the Commissioner of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Reverend Dr. Amishadai Wosomoa, has admitted that he has been working without contract. Now, the GRA boss came under scrutiny at the Public Accounts Committee sitting on today when a member of the committee, Sam George, raised concerns over his continuous stay in office despite attaining the compulsory 60 years retirement age 2 years ago. Responding to the question, despite objection by some majority members, the GRA boss said he was given the green light to continue his service pending ratification by Finance Ministry.
I just wanted to find out from Commissioner General, sir, which year did you attain the age of 60? CJ, I'm waiting for a response. What year did you attain the age of 60?
Isn't this personal, Chairman?
What?
I think it's too personal.
No.
It is not. Mr. Chairman, is my colleague assuming? Is he assuming that?
I haven't called you. I haven't called you.
Oh.
I haven't called you. OPK, I haven't called you. Leave that one to me to direct.
OMC is not a personal question, please.
Honorable members, we have our laws in this country that govern us. If the Commissioner General attained the age of 60, he can be given a contract. If the member is asking a question about his age, he should just respond and say, I'm 60, but I'm on contract. Finish.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I turned 62 October 2023.
Do you have a running contract?
The Chairman, as far as I know, a letter was sent to the board for me to continue working until it is sorted out with the Ministry of Finance and the government, the appointing authority, and I know that is still ongoing.
All right. That is all. That is all. That is all. It means that you yourself, you don't know whether you have a contract have been signed or not, so that is sufficient.
Now, my colleague James Aveji was at the committee sitting today and joins me via Zoom for more. James, we know this question by Sam George led to sharp disagreement between the two sides on the committee, leading to a suspension. What really happened?
Yes, Carlos, so as you start hearing from there, the majority led by the deputy ranking on the committee, Davis, also actually was the first person to object to this question. His argument is that this question is out of order. And so he was praying the committee chair to actually rule the question out. But the chairman insisted that since this is a matter of public interest, he needed to provide an answer to that. If you remember, this issue came up 2 years ago when Reverend Amishadai Osu actually attained the 60 years. People like Occupy Ghana actually wrote to the president reminding him to send him away or grant him a contract. That was not done. And so the back and forth was there. Then in the middle of that, there was a sudden malfunctioning of the public address system in the committee sitting room. The minority thinks that this is a sabotage. They raised that allegation that after the committee chair has forced the House to go on some 45 minutes break while the problem is restored. And so that was done. But the majority also defended that. And so after he answered the question, Sam George spoke to the media, telling us about exactly what steps he would take moving forward.
All right, so we can take a listen to what Sam George has been saying there.
He has worked through 2022 above the age of 60, 2023 above the age of 60, and in 2024 is continuing. In a year he will turn 63 for 3 years post his 60th birthday without a contract. So he has absolutely no legal basis to remain as Commissioner General of the GRA. In fact, someone else who with him turned 60, Colonel Damwa, was asked to proceed on leave. So why is Amishadai still being kept at the GRA? And it is in this period, it should be very interesting and it should be of concern to us. It is in this period that he's gone ahead to sign the 100 million contract with SML, the consolidated contract for 5 years. So he signed 100 million Ghana cedis. That's just one contract at a time where he himself has no legal basis, has no contract. He doesn't have a contract extension. And his answer to the board should even, to the committee should interest you. The Commissioner General is a member of the board. Yet he says he's unaware because a letter has been sent to the board asking for ratification, a board he is part of. He finds it prudent to sit as the Commissioner General of GRA, 2 years going, he's entered his 3rd year without a contract, and he thinks that he's doing right. And SML is just one of several contracts that have been entered into in the past 2 years by the GRA under the directorship of a man who has no legal basis. Look, Ghana is becoming a crime scene. And the president must answer. But let me, even for the purposes of this conversation, accept that he has unmatched skills. He would need a contract. So if he had such in-demand, unavailable skill set, it doesn't negate the fact that he remaining in office for 2 years and has entered his 3rd year without a contract is an illegality. You cannot work in the public service without a contract. So on what basis has the Comptroller and Accountant General been paying him? Do you see the questions that are coming up? On what basis have they been paying him?
Now that you know what the issues are, what do you intend to do about it?
Well, we've raised the issues here. Again, let's assume that for the purposes of giving the benefit of the doubt, President Akufo-Addo did not receive Professor Jampo's notice. We're using your platform again to serve notice. And when Parliament reconvenes next week, Tuesday, I would raise it with the Speaker of Parliament, because the GRA is a critical state institution when it comes to revenue mobilization. If you look at the budget for 2024, we're looking to raise in excess of about 10 billion in additional revenue. It's the GRA that's supposed to do that. You can't have this kind of illegality go on there. No. The right things have to be done. And this year will demand accountability from state institutions. Notice is hereby served.
Now to some other story. The Council for Scientific and Industrial Research says adopting clean cook stoves initiative will help households save the high cost of fuel while protecting forests and helping the climate. Per the new standard, labeling regulations, coal pot will no longer be available on sale in the Ghanaian market unless they pass the standardized test of the Ghana Standards Authority. Engaging journalists during the official visit of the Administrator of the United States Environmental Protection Agency, Michael Regan, to Ghana, the Scientific Research Center says clean energy is the way to go.
Council for Scientific and Industrial Research is one of the agencies playing a key role in Ghana's emission reduction strategy. With the Clean Cookstove project, scientists are upbeat about creating efficient stoves that use up to 60% less fuel, protecting local forests and directly benefiting the climate. As a key partner to the Clean Cookstove initiative, Administrator of the United States Environmental Protection Agency, Michael Regan, is leading a tour of the research center to gauge the progress of work. On display is a wide array of prototypes which will soon get onto the market. By the new regulation in Ghana, cookstoves would have to pass the test from the Standards Authority in order to be certified before going on the market.
People are becoming aware of pollution in terms of cooking. So people are also becoming aware of resource scarcity, where you don't have enough of firewood again, so you need to get a technology that should be able to save your firewood. The new LI is in. It was passed last year. The cookstove labeling and standard and labeling. It's where you go to the market, you can't sell cookstoves, or let me put it in the local parlance, like coal pots, without having accreditation. It is also good when you are using it, you don't inhale smoke or emissions that will destroy your health. We call it emission test.
Impressed by the progress of work, Michael Reagan says his agency will help build capacity of the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in order to support the Clean Cookstove initiative.
Well, number one, when we think about what cookstoves provide from a pollution standpoint, we are helping with capacity building. We're actually going to have some of our experts continue through webinars and ensure that Ghana has the most latest and greatest so that these prototypes are the best in the market. We don't want just countries like America or Germany and others to have the best cookstoves. We want all countries to have great cookstoves. In addition to that, we are sending some of the local experts here to international trainings. We're making ourselves available so that we can share the best practices, and we're trying to be sure that the industries are adopting what the scientists are showing here in terms of cookstove performance.
As the global call continues for developing countries to be supported in climate adaptation, Michael Reagan says developed nations such as the United States are coming to the conclusion that countries suffering the adverse impact of climate change ought to be supported.
Well, I think the conversation around loss and damage, moved forward at the last COP. And I think that the United States and all other developing countries, or developed countries and developing countries, are coming to the conclusion that there has to be some funding mechanism for those who are on the front lines of the climate crisis. And so that conversation has matured. It's being led by our State Department. And we're just excited to see the conversation mature and keep moving forward.
You're still watching JoyNews Prime with me, Carlos Caloni. There's more after this break. Please stay with us.
University with 26 years of excellence in education now in Ghana. We are both a university offering degree programs in health information management, software engineering, network security, and computer forensics. Admission is in progress with up to 50% scholarships for the first 150 students. Locate us at East Legon near ANC Mall. Call 0302-523782 or WhatsApp 020-990-4714 for more details. Both a university, vibrance
of Africa.
Mama, will I ever be a soccer champion for Ghana?
Well, you've got to be like a geisha ball. Stay strong and go so far. Never give up till you reach your goal.
Okay, Mama, I'll be strong and go so far, lasting long like this geisha ball.
Be strong and last long
like geisha.
In life, you sometimes seem to be cruising along. But just when you least expect it, things could go horribly wrong.
Leave nothing to chance. Let Glyco Group help you achieve your goals with customized solutions for life and general insurance, healthcare and finance. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Ow. Let me see.
She's never had a toothache before.
There might be a cavity. Don't you use Pepsodent?
We used to, but I'll try the new one.
Ah, that's why.
But doesn't every toothpaste give cavity protection?
Not really. Pepsodent's Cavity Fighter repairs tiny invisible holes to give 10 times stronger teeth. Will you trust Pepsodent?
Definitely.
Pepsodent, 10 times stronger teeth.
Use Pepsodent's Cavity Fighter.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
it can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntax was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntax again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntax gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntax is the answer. Syntax tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Mothers of Africa. Mama, will I ever be a soccer champion for Ghana?
Well, you've got to be like a geisha ball. Staying strong and going so far. Never give up till you reach your goal.
Okay, Mama, I'll be strong and go so far, lasting long like this geisha ball.
Be strong and last long
like geisha.
Welcome back. Now, the NPP and NDC stand divided on the Electoral Commission's proposition to move the 2024 general elections to November 7, a month earlier than the usual date. Now, the initial proposal in 2015 aimed to provide the Commission sufficient time for result verification and finalization. Additionally, the adjustment allows for a timely resolution in case of a runoff or the need for a rerun or re-election. Now, the NDC insists on maintaining the status quo. Director of Elections and ICT for the NDC, Dr. Edward Omane Boama, says the EC must be cautious with Thai's approach. Now, despite this, they recommend that the EC initiate the necessary processes and engagement to implement the proposed change for the 2028 general elections.
The overwhelming consensus was that, considering all that the EC has to do between now and the next general elections, presidential and parliamentary, the EC would be biting more than it can chew as an institution if it wanted to add the needed parliamentary processes to change the date for the elections. In terms of the day of the election, is something that we all discuss, and we are all men and women of faith, so we take issues of religion seriously, and we felt that it is something that should be subjected to a broader national discussion so that all shades of opinion can be factored into it for the appropriate decision to be taken. With all that said, for the election day being a holiday, we felt it is not really necessary, but if others think it must be done, even though we have too many holidays in the year, if others feel it must be done, it can be considered. So I would say that the overwhelming consensus was that we should stick to what we have. But the EC should not wait again like the EC waited after the 2016 elections. The EC could have pushed these reforms in 2017, 2018, and 2019, and not in an election year.
Now, Director of Election for the NPP, Evans Nimako, joins us on phone. Evans, how soon is IPAC expected to reconvene for this particular discussion?
Please, could you come once again?
I'm asking, how soon is IPAC expected to reconvene to have a discussion on this proposal?
Well, thank you. I think from what we discussed today, the EC informed IPAC members that there's going to be another IPAC meeting. And so that's what happened.
So you've not been given the specific time that you're going to sit to actually decide on this?
No, please, except that EC said in February he will extend invitation for another IPAC discussion.
It appears the NPP is for this particular proposal. To what extent are you going to push this?
I think for us as new people, we've made it clear that yes, what we have now is December 7th date for general election. But we are all aware of the challenges that the nation is confronted with if there has to be a by-election. We experienced this in 2008. And so we have said that it will not hurt us as a country if the EC pushes the date from December 7th to November 7th to allow for all these uncertainties. However, the very people who were so much in support of this proposal in 2016, i.e. the NDC, are the same people who are now running away from it. And that's a big surprise. And so, whatever it is, at today's IPAC, parties stated their position. For us as New Patriotic Party, we were for November 7th. On the issue of holiday, we said the EC should broaden the consultation to include other stakeholders. And so that is where the issue is. There were other parties who said that they think that the EC could start the discussion as is being done now and consider the possible change in 2028.
Okay.
But I will not say that there was conclusion or the parties concluded on any specific date. But what we have now is December 7, 2024 for the general election. As to whether the EC will go ahead with these positions, whether November or December, we advise the EC to publish its program lineup, and that will inform the general public on whether it will be feasible or not. I remember in 2016 when the EC pushed for the CI, we were somewhere in the middle of the year, and the EC was also going to do registration, which was a major issue at stake. And so the dynamics are not the same.
All right.
Let's choose the path that will strengthen and deepen our democracy.
Thank you so much. We're grateful for your time, Mr. Nimako.
My pleasure.
All right. Now, we're moving on. Election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol. Petrosol is your clean fuel in full quantity. Now, Chairman Wontumi has been set free. The Ashanti Regional Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Bernard Entry Boisiako, is no longer in the bad books of Menchia. He has been declared a free man by the Kumasi Traditional Council after he was accused of making derogatory comments about the Asante-Hene Otumfuo Osei II during the NPP parliamentary vetting process. At the hearing Monday, Chairman Wontumi denied all allegations leveled against him by the Kokosohene Nana Kwekodia. My colleague Nana Boachi Yadom sat through proceedings and has sent this report.
Chairman Wontumi appeared before the Kumasi Traditional Council with national executives of the New Patriotic Party alongside some government appointees. This is after the council demanded that he appears before Nananom over alleged derogatory remarks made against the Asantehene Otumfuo Tutu II. According to Chairman Wontumi, the allegations are false and malicious and not a true reflection of what transpired during the vetting process.
Chairman, Assemble no akafa bay. And I say, a dear Bassama, na yes, I'm vetting day.
I was about joining my flight abroad when my General Secretary called to inform me about the allegations. I told him the accusations are false and malicious. How can I make derogatory remarks against Otumfuo? This is not possible.
Chairman, to me, you the dear. Obomu said, you were regional chairman, and someone your some phobic, name, Sir Obia, or the you were dean, or the ye the day. A year a day and Sampa a day by the Yamia. There be a Mikubia, and General intimacy.
Although Kokosohini Nanakwe Kudia defended his allegations against Wontumi, the Kumasi Traditional Council trashed the claims and asked both parties to settle their score without involving the Asantehene. Bantamahene Bafo Usuamankwetia VI, while delivering judgment on the matter, admonished chiefs to refrain from political activities in the heat of campaigning for the 2024 general elections. He asked that the MPP regional chairman be set free without any charges.
One say, "O party no, aha ani full machine. Enti bibia wo ye bia no, eso hwe asama obeka. Wanamo be to fan no ma bi ho ni nyina eso twene because ni pa show asantima do kan wan kan ye dia anya asamato titru se wa ko no akoka asamati acha me anya ne ko wa won tin ntra enje pe so hwe yi pa party no aha ne ti no.
Now, it was a tragic loss 7 years ago when a soldier, Major Maxwell Mahama, was brutally murdered by some resident of Denchira, Obuasi. After a long legal tussle, the Accra High Court today has sentenced 12 people, including the former assemblyman of the area, William Barr, to life imprisonment for their involvement in the killing of late military officer Major Maxwell Mahama, with 2 others acquitted and discharged. Major Mahama was lynched by a mob at Denchira, Obuasi in the central region on the 29th May 2017. The court, presided over by Justice Mariama, also found William Barr guilty of abetment to commit murder and murder, while the 11 others were found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and murder.
7 years after the gruesome murder of Major Mahama at Denchira, Obuasi in the central region, 12 people, including then assemblyman of the area, William Barr, have been found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment. William Barr was found guilty of abetment to commit murder and murder, with the remaining 11 found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and murder. Attorney General Godfrey Dame was pleased with the judgment.
Of course, the wheels of justice, as we all know, grind slowly, but today we have seen justice. We satisfied with the conviction of the 12 accused persons. 2 have been acquitted in accordance with due process. Yes, I do not think the Republic will contest the acquittal of those 2 persons. Yes, so we are satisfied with it. Yes. For me, that's actually the most important lesson to be drawn from this. That indeed there is no point at all engaging in mob justice. Because clearly, we have seen a situation where a person who was innocent, was gruesomely murdered under such circumstances. And I believe that the whole nation will learn from it and need to put an end to mob justice in Ghana.
Major Mahama's mother was full of emotions after the verdict.
The murder of my son has been determined, and I am thankful to God for the strength to endure over 6 years of agonizing pain. The twists and turns of events has an associated heartache is unspeakable. God knows my plight as a mother whose loving son was snatched away from her.
Major Mahama's father also called on the state to look for the rest of his son's murderers and prosecute them.
Those involved in the killing of Major Maxwell Mahama outnumber even 100. They were vividly captured in a video, and yet we got just 14 standing trial today, and 12 of them have been found guilty and convicted. We thank God. The rest, there are a lot of them out there who all contributed in their various ways to get this young officer killed. And so we leave them to the law to chase up with them, and if not, we leave them to the Almighty God.
The case, which was presided over by Supreme Court Judge Mariama Owusu, saw two of the accused, Bismarck Donko and Bismarck Abanga, acquitted and discharged. From the court complex in Accra, Kenneth Jesse for JoyNews.
We have more after this break.
Whether it's 1924, 2024, or 2124, we've always known that you are driven by your sense of safety and well-being. It is what drives us to see you through from start to finish, from small to big. And in the last 100 years, as you have evolved, so have we also expanded to serve you in many ways. From cradle to grave, with expertise in insurance, life, pensions, properties, health, and for those beautiful, memorable goodbyes. It's 2024, and in all our markets, our pedigree is recognized, our strength respected, our expertise valued, and our solutions sought by all who desire an advantage in life. Experience the time-tested and truly trusted 100 years legacy of Ghana's oldest insurer. Take charge of your future now. Insurance, life, pensions, property management, funeral services, health insurance. Enterprise, your advantage.
There is something that drives you. The very thought of it fuels you. And even when the road gets rocky, you keep going. Just to get the results that matter. It could be about you. It could be the lives you touch. It could be about something dear to your heart. Such results leave a sweet lingering smile, a sense of fulfillment. That's why you work till late, yet rise with the sun. Yes, your drive knows no limit. Do it with Stanbic Bank, where we spur you on to get the results that matter.
Afa, Simap scan and read promo. Filling brutal. Minyanum dice for, messing for any artisans now. Simap scan and read promo. You know me? After what you sue quality Simap cement, our show 50 kilogram. Kusuro for sa a jumano and crack it. Na a drebu. I'm not what you want to IFF. Just a perfect finishing for baby. That will really achieve your baby.
What is meant in the year? You may be out. Tibag no, na scan a QR code no. Kai say, empedo do I will scan a QR code no. Na win your points. Points no na would be to me a check yet to say. Mobile airtime, walking gear, shopping vouchers, cement, motorbikes, assassin, block machines, and near chedia baby. So points no do a chedia open one. And one is a will claim war up. Minya, may you lose all, Koswana scan it, na Simap scan and win promo idea. Oh, yeah, you winner. Shannon so say, who are boss me and son, I would be build all points. And she check.
Investment Limited.
Welcome back. We have Jacqueline in studio for, what do you have?
Showbiz.
Showbiz.
But you know, I was expecting you to say JQ.
JQ?
Yes.
Okay, JQ is in studio. With Showbiz.
Yeah, so now Ghana is on the global stage again as the new Super Bowl commercial features shots of Accra. The new commercial was put live today.
National Football League is focusing on its growing global initiative on its 2024 Super Bowl commercial with a teaser trending on social media. The video showed 3 of the league's top stars running, jumping and cashing their way through downtown Accra, the capital city of Ghana. Recently, the league has been consistent with its efforts to improve its appeal and traction on the African continent, with acts like Cleveland Browns linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Cromwell's fashionable cultural displays. Certainly, Ghana is attaining heights.
Well, that is a big win for Ghana. We expected to see the full video. This is just the 15 seconds teaser.
Okay.
So we're expecting to see more. Now, gospel singer Kwesi Orton says doing songs in English should not be a conversation if Ghanaians aim to break through globally. His comments come in response to Nigerian gospel musician Nathaniel Bassey's advice to Ghanaian gospel musicians. Kwesi Orton was also speaking in an interview on Joy Prime's morning show.
And I plead with Ghanaians. I know you love Cree, I know you love your language, but there is an anointing.
His admonishment did not go down well with many Ghanaians.
You are playing their song, you are making them popular. You are making their concerts sell out in Ghana. If this same gesture is done for our own people, or if this same gesture is done for us in their country, trust me, we wouldn't be talking about English pushing artists onto the front. So for me, I think this prophecy was inspired by guilt.
However, gospel musician Kwesi Orton sees nothing wrong with Nathaniel Bassey's advice.
It was a great statement he made. I think what Nathaniel would be saying is that support songs in English. Me, that's the thing I came to meet. When I came, Ghana was traditionally biased. We were traditional music controlled. And then I emerged, and then new faces of gospel musicians were emerging. Of course, now there's an international platform to take advantage of. And I don't know, sometimes we feel like culture is language. Culture has little to do with language. Of course, any artist with any language can do it. We must just now think globally. And then if we are thinking globally, a subject like doing songs in English shouldn't be a conversation.
The I-Win hitmaker also believes in and supports the calls for musicians to leverage the English language in order to reach wider audiences.
Our music has been a barrier on the international stage. No one is saying that don't write songs in English.
In your local dialect.
Yes, add it. So let's just support English.
Very interesting.
Is language a barrier to going global? This debate may linger for a while. Juan Nyama's report read to you.
Well, Carlos, do you think language is a barrier to going global?
I don't think so. It all depends
so?
on the quality of what you put out there. So I don't think language should be any issue.
All right. Now, Davido, yesterday he shut down the O2 Arena.
Whoa.
Yes, and these are sights and videos from the place. waiting for the first Ghanaian to do that. You know,
Stonebwoy
and Kwame Eugene, they did that, but that was like together.
Okay.
But now Medical is set on doing that in May. So you're hoping...
Let's pray for him. All right. That's all for Showbiz. You can log on to myjoyonline.com for more stories. My name is Carlos Keloni. Thank you so much for watching. Prime Business is up next.
Vet Investment Limited.
Back in the day, I was Ghana man, but something was missing until I found the one. HD Plus is not your regular free-to-air decoder. For a small fee, you get to experience great services and exciting world of content. Dial *879# on your mobile phone and subscribe for as low as 290 cedis. Fashion, this one is different. The images are 5 times clearer in HD picture quality, and I'm loving the feely experience. HD Plus, I love you.
But I'm still here.
HD Plus, for better,
for less.
That's right. Get your HD Plus decoder from any Electroland outlet or our dealer shops.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Ow. Let me see.
She's never had a toothache before.
There might be a cavity. Don't you use Pepsodent?
We used to, but I'll try the new one.
Ah, that's why.
But doesn't every toothpaste give cavity protection?
Not really. Pepsodent's Cavity Fighter repairs tiny invisible holes to give 10 times stronger teeth. Will you trust Pepsodent?
Definitely.
Pepsodent, 10 times stronger teeth.
Use Pepsodent's Cavity Fighter.
The business segment is brought to you by
Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
For your QR code.
It's time you switch to Bell Pack today.
Good evening and welcome to Prime Business with me, Emma Davis. A look at our stories. The Bank of Ghana has opted for a more cautious cut in its policy rate. This was after it reduced the rate at which it lends to commercial banks to 29%. George Rafe has more from the Monetary Policy Committee meeting press engagement today.
This is the first time since July 2023 that the Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana has moved to reduce its policy rate by 100 basis points. Addressing journalists at the press conference in Accra today, Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, gave reasons why it had to go down by this margin.
We are trying to manage two things, looking at sticking to our core mandate of bringing inflation down, and at the same time being mindful of the need to give a little bit of, incentives to the growth side also by the decision to cut the policy rate by 100 basis points. Now, if you look at the ECF program, it was expected that growth would slow. You can't have this very tight fiscal consolidation, very tight monetary policy, and not have growth slow down. In fact, we are seeing that growth has performed better than originally projected.
On inflation rate outlook, this is what the Bank of Ghana governor had to say.
We do not expect that to lead to second round effects of, which would lead to a sort of a derailing of the disinflation process that we are seeing. So yes, our modeling team has taken that into consideration. You would notice that we have given you a range instead of a point target for the year. This is the range for 2024. At the middle of that range, I think it's about 15. So you have 15 plus or minus 2%.
The Bank of Ghana Governor Dr. Ernest Addison insists Ghana's program with the IMF is on track, rejecting arguments that more cuts are needed to help check inflation.
The original forecast for growth was 1.5%. So we are doing better than we had originally envisaged. And if you look at the path of growth, you will see that we fully recover to around 6-7% in 2026. So this is really the outlook for growth. If you take the ECF program, which I believe you would find in the staff report that has been published, you will see what the path for growth is.
In the banking sector, the governor was satisfied with development in that space, insisting all banks are in a strong position to recapitalize.
The banks have mobilized a lot of deposits. They are very liquid. There are not many avenues for investing their resources, so they are all putting it back on the auction. The economic conditions have not improved to the extent that the risks associated with lending, reduce so that they can increase lending. And instead of lending, they are all putting those resources into short-term government bills. So we are still looking at that, I must say. It's an area that we are still discussing, and it probably did have an impact, but there's still a lot of liquidity out there. Banks that have got investment will see the government also coming in with more resources. So, Sullivan, I think that rest assured that our banks are very strong and resilient, and we don't foresee any major problems with bank capitalization in the country.
The governor of the Bank of Ghana also rejected arguments that the Ghana cedi has not responded to the IMF.
On the impact, you're saying you're not seeing the impact on the inflows on the exchange rate. Are you sure? Since January last year, the cedi has literally been very firm. I mean, for the 11 months of the year, we saw only a depreciation of 7%. So this is not a fixed exchange rate. But if you look at the graph, it appears as if the cedi has been fixed, right? But that reflects, some of the improved external sector conditions, the improvement in the current account balance, the improvement in the foreign exchange buffers of the central bank, and then the emergence of confidence in the economy, and therefore the currency has remained relatively stable. At least we are not seeing the very high depreciation that you were seeing in 2022. Remember, the currency depreciated by over 50% in 2022. Now this year we are looking at 7%.
Dr. Ernest Addison also disclosed that based on the fresh inflows from the IMF, Ghana's international reserves has now crossed the over $6 billion mark.
Banking consultant Nana Otwe Champon says the action by the Bank of Ghana is in the right direction.
Economic capital is depending on the economic activity that the bank wishes to undertake. And so when it comes to regulatory capital, almost every bank has got it. And those who don't have, the Financial Stability Fund is helping them, especially the state-owned banks. You know, the private ones are also getting along. I mean, they don't have problem with regulatory capital, but it's economic capital which they have problem with. So therefore, the assessment that the governor gave was right, that if you look at the DDP effect on the bank's capital, they have reversed as was expected by virtue of IFRS 9. And so almost all the banks that suffered losses have now shown profit because of the reversal of the IFRS impairment. So from the capital point of view, their assessment is that, yes, the banks are doing well on capitalization. And as I say, for regulatory capital, they've all met it. It's economic capital that we are working on.
Do you think that this would aid in the fast recovery of these commercial banks, i.e. even the governor saying that they can even plow back their profits to shore up their capital position and all the rest? Do you think that all these things that are happening, IMF program and all the rest, would aid in a faster recovery of the banks than what we initially had feared about their position going forward?
Well, I didn't fear about their recovery at all because the impact was the DDP versus IFRS 9. And I kept saying that that was a technical loss. It wasn't a real loss. And therefore, once they reverse themselves as per the same standard, then we don't have a problem.
So what about the impact of this development on the larger economy and the outlook? My colleague George Ruafio again has been engaging economist Dr. Edu Osusakodie.
Well, in arriving at this policy rate, they look at they took a lot of things into consideration. They look at the global picture. The global economy is okay, except with the uncertainties and the geopolitical tensions that is bringing about the uncertainties in the fuel prices. The domestic economy is recovering, though not fully, but we know that things are pointing to the right direction. Inflation is trending downwards. That's what we call disinflation. The exchange rate has stabilized, as the governor said, around 7%. The TB rate has also declined marginally, and all these are pointing to the right direction. So they've taken them into consideration. And the two things I picked: one, that even though inflation is trending downwards, it is still high. Around 20%, 23% is way above the BOG's target of 8 plus or minus 2. So it's a reason they wanted to keep the policy rate high, to still tighten the policy rate and fight inflation.
That's all we have for you tonight on Prime Business. My name is Emma Davis. But before we go, I need you to keep watching, to keep brushing your teeth day and night with Pepsodent. With Pepsodent, every smile matters. And I leave you with international business. Have a good evening.
The business segment was brought to you by
Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
For your QR code.
It's time you switch to Bell Pack today.
incredible stories. You've probably never heard of them before.
If you are better than the coach, then you should have been the coach.
Have you ever knelt down to beg a coach to take Suleiman Tari to a tour?
Yes. In 2010, I did it.
Milo asked you to sign for his agent and you...
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
It's time to get stepping, because if you upgrade your DSTV subscription now, we'll step you up to an even higher package.
Respect that.
Upgrade now and step up to even more action. Step up to more football. Step up to more local drama. Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package at no extra cost. Visit your multi-choice branch or agent and upgrade to step up and get boosted.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio. Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Sports segment is brought to you by
Commended DBS Industries to you.
Let's go to DBS Industry.
Hello, welcome to Prime Sports with me, Razak Musbao. Now, the Ministry of Youth and Sports has come under intense pressure to reveal the 2023 AFCON spending after it emerged that some $8.5 million was budgeted for the tournament, whose prize money is only $7 million. This was revealed in a Facebook post by Member of Parliament for North Thong, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa. My colleague Daniel Krantine has been following this story and has more in this report.
The North Tongue MP, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, claims an amount of $8.5 million was set aside for the Black Stars' participation in the continent's flagship tournament. According to him, the figure excludes the $1.5 million spent during the AFCON qualifiers. The figure, $8.5 million, is contained in an intercepted letter from the Ministry of Youth and Sports dated 2nd January 2024, posted on the Parliamentarian social media accounts. The letter, addressed to the Minister of Finance, requesting part payment of $5 million from the Black Stars' total budget of $8.5 million, is signed by the Chief Director of the Ministry of Youth and Sports, Mr. William Kati, on behalf of the Sports Minister, Mustafa Yusuf. The winner of the AFCON stands to gain $7 million, $1.5 million more than Ghana's alleged budget.
Now, Ghana's performance at the AFCON has been under steep decline in recent time, raising concern among major football stakeholders. Now, here is a graph presentation of the team's performance in recent tournaments. And you can see from 2010, this captures the period between 2010 to 2023. And you see 2010, the Black Stars managed to make it to the final in 2010. Then in 2012, they made it to the semi-final. And if you look at it, does appear a decline from the performance in 2010. Then in 2013, from the semi-final, we went down to the quarterfinal. Then in 2015, there was an improvement where the Black Stars managed to make it to the final at the AFCON. Then after 2015 final performance, then in 2017, there was a sharp decline to only making it to the round of 16. And in 2019, the Black Stars, in 2017, the Black Stars managed to make it to the semi-finals. So after 2015, making to the final, there was another decline to the semi-finals in 2017. Then in 2019, the Black Stars further declined, this time making it only to the round of 16. Then in 2021, they failed to even exit from the group stage. And in 2023, which tournament is still underway, they repeat the performance of 2021. So in the last 14 years, the Black Stars have managed to make it to the finals twice, made it to the semi-finals 3 times, and have failed to advance beyond the group stages twice in successive tournaments. So this has been the decline that the Black Stars find themselves in, for which reason people have been asking that a holistic review of the Black Stars' performance in recent tournaments should be done instead of the persistent change in coaches. So in the last 3 editions, the Black Stars basically have not been able to make it even to the quarterfinals. Now, let's still stay on the AFCON because an 88-minute penalty proved to be the difference maker as Cape Verde advanced to the quarterfinals after defeating Mauritania by 1-0. Well, Ryan Mendes was the one who managed to convert the sports kick that came the way of the Cape Verdeans. Now, the result sets up a quarterfinal against either Morocco or South Africa on Saturday.
The high ball from Logan Costa. Oh, that's so good. It's a giveaway. And the goalkeeper's brought down. It's going to be a penalty. It's a penalty for Cabo Verde. What a mistake from Cabo Verde celebrating. Just look at this again. That header should not go anywhere near the player who's just come on the pitch. And of course, Nias makes contact. Immediate penalty. There's no doubt about it. You know, as Mendes, Ryan Mendes has scored! Waits for support, does he have support? He does now, just outside him on the right-hand side. Oh, the attempted cross gets blocked. It's done, it's finished! It's done and dusted. Cabo Verde are into the quarterfinals.
Well, Cabo Verde have now made it to yet another quarterfinal after making the quarterfinals in their first appearance over there in South Africa in 2013. Well, in the other round of 16 game underway is Senegal, who have taken the lead against host Côte d'Ivoire. And that game is just about some 25 minutes into the first half. And Senegal, the reigning champions, are already leading over there. Well, to some Australian Open update, and Jannik Sinner landed the Grand Slam title he has long promised with an extraordinary fight back to beat Daniil Medvedev in the tournament final. Now, the 22-year-old trailed by 2 sets before recovering to win 3-6, 3-6, 6-4, 6-4, 6-3 in his first major final.
sensational way for Yannick Sinner to win the Australian Open. His maiden major happens in Melbourne. Your Australian Open men's singles champion for 2024, Yannick Sinner.
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Well, in the females division, Arina Sabalenka managed to retain her title with a very good win over Zheng Qinwen.
14-15.
Still with one more championship point. Australian Open Championships for Arina Sabalenka has done it in style. 6-3, 6-2.
An state-owned enterprise and a subsidiary of the Cocoa Board. But the light of the company that gave many cocoa farmers some hope appears to have dimmed in recent times, and things are on a nosedive.
Since last year, 2021, I started beginning of the season, February,
district managers are unable to cut tons of cocoa from its societies to depots because of lack of fuel to run its trucks.
Wo district manager, so wo di sika na ba November, nti se wo pese ukoko no ba depo ho, se de crash no ton koko no ma other firms na wo awa kope busia. Now they are ato diesel. Now they are koko na be good depo.
Its purchasing clerks are now using PBC facilities to buy and trade cocoa for competitors because there are no funds to pay farmers who sell their beans to the produce buying company.
Yeah, Toma, your friend say, Fludo. Yeah, Toma, sitting up. In the year, no, baby, I ever to say Scaba Biana, yeah, because of your empress, young customers on back home.
In 2021, a whistleblower and senior staff of the produce buying company petitioned the presidency over the possible bankruptcy of the state-owned venture. He raised alarm about the downward trend of PBC's market shares. In his petition to the president, he made a prediction about the market share of the company. He stated that if PBC market share should hit a single digit, it will spell doom for the state-owned company.
Exception of our new management, I realized our fortunes per market share were falling, and as I indicated earlier, it affected our remunerations. You know something? For the past 6 years, we have never had even 1% salary increment, and you can imagine the hardships we are all finding ourselves through in Ghana now. Even 1%, we have, because yes, it's true. The financial difficulties and challenges we are facing, and it's all because we are not able to buy in volumes. That is why I wanted to inform the presidency I wanted to inform the appropriate bodies to have a second look how best they can help PBC to stand on 8 feet to buy in volumes.
As it stands now, with the way PBC's market share is dropping, we are in the 2022-2023 cocoa season. With the way the trend is going, what do you think PBC's market share is likely to be in this season?
I'm not a prophet of doom, but we all have to be honest and be truthful to ourselves. As I predicted 2 years ago, that if things are not changed, as we have been doing things, we will be buying a single delegate. And if we buy a single delegate, it means we are not going to be able to pay ourselves and sustain the business. Everybody will be going home.
He blamed management for the predicament of PBC and urged a change in business strategy to protect the livelihood of the over 900 staff and 15,000 commission-based clerks. After blowing the whistle, he was suspended, demoted, and eventually sacked for drawing the attention of the presidency to save the company and enable it buy in huge volumes of cocoa.
Invited by PBC executive management, they intimidated me. That why should I write to the presidency to tell the president? Or should I write to the presidency? Then I explained myself to them. Then I explained myself to them and I left. Then I was interdicted. But after I met executive management and I explained myself to them, you know one thing that surprised me? There was not a single question from the executive management as to solutions I have for the PBC, because I wrote a letter to the presidency explaining our downtrending fortunes of PBC.
JoyNews visited 3 regions to engage with staff and the purchasing clerks of PBC. A depot manager who pleaded anonymity over fears of victimization expressed concern over the dip in PBC market shares. He said this had impacted the operations in the regions, citing their inability to purchase cocoa for the main crop season in 2021. According to him, the late release of funds last year to buy cocoa in week 5 of the cocoa season meant competitors had already made significant purchases.
Since last year, 2021, I started beginning of the season. You told me February, Light Club this year, PBC and top. Even 2022, BC, this year, November, and Sunday, yes, Cadia starting. The bulbs, Kaba, Kuko board memories, all my career in another firms, or Martin Kukoning in every. It is says here, I'm an Okasam, PBC.
He lamented that district managers have to contract personal loans before they are able to cart cocoa from the societies to the depots.
District manager, so this Sikarabano, she said, 1% cocoa no bad depo, said they're crashing on ton cocoa no other firms. Now, our Copebusia, now they are at diesel. Now they are cocoa now be good depo. They say district managers now they pay no the top diesel. The
purchasing clerk who spoke to JoyNews said when PBC was not providing funds for the purchase of cocoa, they were compelled to use their sheds and weighing scales to buy cocoa for competitors in order to maintain their customer base.
Hey, now you're bread. Now you're bread. Now on say you different business touch cocoa ejumano. eno na ebo ayen kakra.
So can be different business at important now.
Oh, yen no answer.
Okay.
So by we area ni ma. Yen no answer. Nti won say eno no sa na ho kire ni hye da nya bebre sa.
Na afin so na mo toma we say other different companies and they are be maintaining more customers. Okay, not different companies ben na moton Emma.
Oh, yeah, Toma. Your friend say Fludo. Yeah, Toma sitting up. Into ye no na baby, I bet to say scaba biana ye because of your person young customers no on Beko.
The state-owned company's market share stood at 30.8%, an indication that PBC was able to purchase 240,297 tons of cocoa during the 2015-2016 main crop season. But as at the close of the 2021-2022 main crop season, the company's market share had dropped to 8% because PBC was able to purchase only 52,364 for the season. The state-owned audited report of the Finance Ministry for the year 2020 indicated that PBC was among the government's joint venture companies that had recorded significant decline in its revenue from 1.9 billion Ghana cedis in 2016 to 1 billion cedis in 2020. It represents a 50% revenue decline of PBC's revenue over the 4-year period. PBC is among government-owned ventures that have been posting losses since 2016. As of 2020, PBC's long-term loans stood at 504 million Ghana cedis. It's now a tale of uncertainty for the over 900 staff of PBC who have been battling irregular payment of salaries. In August 2022, a circular copied all staff indicated that payment of salaries would delay due to the current financial challenges facing the company. When we spoke to the staff who pleaded anonymity in November 2022, he told JoyNews their salaries delayed for 3 months last year. It was not only difficult for many to fend for themselves, but their families as well.
The staff salary, they were owing us 3 months, but currently they've paid the 3 months. But as we speak, we don't know when our next salary payment is coming, and we have no idea.
He said it was now difficult for staff to access welfare loans from the company, which wasn't the norm in recent past.
Okay, the welfare fund is a revolving fund, so they wrote to us that there are no funds available, so nobody should apply for welfare loan. But with regards to the tier 3, we have paid it is our money and we have contributed, and it is 10 years now, and the agreement was that when it is 10 years they have to pay all the monies to us. But it is 10 years now and they are refusing to release the funds to us, which is making all the staffs, every staff is agitating. Every staff is agitating about this tier 3.
So dire is the financial situation that PBC suspended the intake of national service personnel for the 2022-2023 year. In a circular cited by JoyNews, the Human Resource Manager, William Ayusi, cited the current financial challenges of the company as the reason. In January 2022, PBC wrote to the Ministry of Employment about its intention to restructure the company, including downsizing its staff. It cited the prevailing financial and operational downturn, making it difficult to pay staff and meet its obligations to stakeholders. It said the staff who would be affected by the downsizing are those without establishment. Our sources suggest that when COCOBOT secured the cocoa syndicated loan last year, it loaned PBC with an estimated 350 million Ghana cedis. Management used 50 million cedis to cover staff remuneration and other administrative expenses. The national projection PBC set for itself for the 2022-2023 main crop season was to purchase 170,000 tons of cocoa. But with the limited funds in PBC's account, this target remains a pipe dream and leaves staff in another boat of uncertainty on what fate hangs on the survival of PBC and possible payment of their remuneration.
About 4 years in me, baby, shares no market share no former echo, a former echo. Because woman, you woman, so woman, woman, appointees, government appointees, ne do woman. It will go wow, back who call them man, crowd, no more, no one see another transfer in your human. The market share no company, but I want to mean car and the crano and check. Pieces na yenu wo mo yadu mana yanso no ya ne ne pharmacy ne tie kurase ho ani ogu pharmacy ne situation ke duru grade ya ne yebo wo company investor ma si em famo pharmacy ya yetimi kopelo ne ya hunsa ho chiribiri mu no ati si yebo abo pharmacy ne kakra won tenso won beti koko no October no wo mo tua ebi dia kura timi koba 1 year na pharmacy de akrache for ne ka enso company ni mo hwe wo mo investor kura ma sika ni to go kura Omunya bima, the better na wenya bidia abobusi. Etiye no obra ye woma company no. Yetimu ise nya no bi enem kanimfo no e woma company no osoro ho. Omu da se, omu sika na omu di na ne hia wo.
The fears of the staff of PBC keep growing with each passing day. The staff have the happenings of one of the subsidiaries of PBC, that's PBC Shea Butter in Bupe in the Savannah region, at the back of their minds. PBC Shea Butter has stopped operations, its offices abandoned and operational vehicles parked. Their fuel stations and tanks are beginning to rust. The once vibrant entity is a pale shadow of itself. The machines that used to process the shea butter are redundant and gathering dust with spiders, filling its parts with cobwebs. The boilers which gave a sense of life at the premises are sitting in deafening silence. Bags of shea butter are wasting away in the company's storehouse. Its storage facility are now the delight of birds. Ata Mudasiru, a staff of PBC Shea Butter, blames the lack of foresight on the part of management for the plight of the company.
Well, we the staff, we have been in this situation for a very long time now, and then we have assessed the situation, and we have realized that there are three things that brought us into this situation. Number one is leadership. 2 is lack of raw materials. 3 is lack of sustainable market. But the lack of raw material and the lack of sustainable market all boils down to leadership. Because as we all know, we didn't get up one day and find ourselves in this current situation. There were clear indications that showed that we were coming down. Because when you have a situation where your raw material base is depleting and you are unable to replace, you have a situation where your market base is depleting and you are not able to find sustainable market to support that. There is a problem. And that problem is leadership, because leadership is supposed to look for all these things to make sure that the company is in its place.
Since then, it's been untold hardship on the staff. It's been 8 months since they were paid. Musa Mohammed says he's heavily indebted, making it difficult for him to step out during daytime.
Some of us are highly indebted. At least I can say 95% of we the workers here are indebted. We can't even go to town. To feed our family is a problem. Some of us will have to go to market and buy things on credit, expecting that they will pay a salary, they will get the money and pay. The money is not coming, no salary. Some of them will have to take money, borrow money. They have to even go to the GM, tell the GM that your workers have bought things on credit, they are not paying. The last time we took salary was May. As I'm talking to you, look at the way I've dressed. Yesterday, my children told me that they are going on vacation our day. To get money to buy talia and those things for them, I couldn't. So the situation we are going through is not easy, my brother. We are suffering. We are suffering. Muna wahala so say, muna zimu.
The management is unable to raise loans from the banks because of PBC's indebtedness. Borenyi Yusuf cannot remember the last time he set his eyes on top managers of the company.
The company have
5 managers, but currently as we speak, we have only 2 managers who are on post, and they are the supply chain manager and the general manager. The rest, we don't know their whereabouts for some time now. Then the 2 managers, that is the supply chain and the general manager, what they are telling us, or they told us that they try all possible means to get funds to raise up the company, but because we are a subsidiary to PBC Limited, they find it difficult to raise the fund.
This is a fate not far from PBC Limited, as many workers fear. It requires immediate intervention to save the only state cocoa buying company for the sake of the many mouths that depend on its survival.
If this is Connect Africa with me, Blessed Sugan. Welcome to our program. We have updates on the elections taking place in Sierra Leone.
There had been some attack around the opposition's office, and this was because they prematurely announced results, which both parties technically did.
And what is the cost of political unrest in the West Africa sub-region?
The preponderance of illicit activities resulting from easy access to small arms is causing a lot of havoc across the region.
5 countries. How are you going to work with them?
It is one of the few cases where we have the countries themselves agreeing to do it and calling on Ecowas to act on their behalf.
There is a DNA testing, the process of DNA of 17 students who were banned beyond recognition. So at the moment, there is some uncertainty. Some of the parents think, hey, is my kid part of those that were banned beyond recognition, the 17?
Every human being has the right to a livable world. And to secure that livable world, all the rich nations and all the international financial organizations must transform the standard of doing business.
How come say we all day matter inside, we all they suffer? Something they cause me, they cause you, they cause your son and daughter. Where we all feel come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Man just they think how fast he go fetch up something today. Forget about him, people, make them find them our own way. Forgetting say the same people put on for where he day. He cast too high to see suffering below, he's too far away. Them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we out there inside a boat where we they sing. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside the boat where we they single. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside the boats where we they sink.
I am Dr. Sabi Ohene. I'm a psychiatrist of the University of Ghana Medical School. Suicide is the act of deliberately killing oneself. And unfortunately, it is a worldwide problem which we all have to deal with. The WHO estimates that close to 800,000 people commit suicide every year. And although it can occur in virtually all age groups who are old enough to take decisions by themselves, it is the peak, the largest cause of death globally in the age group 15 to 29 years. It is the single largest cause of death in men below 50 years. In Ghana, the suicide rate is not known exactly, but reported cases are more than 370 currently in a year. We must understand that this is probably a gross underestimation for various reasons. Suicide is considered a taboo in most Ghanaian cultures, and therefore families are very reluctant to talk about it or to accept that family members have died of suicide. There are various risk factors for suicide, including depression. When somebody is suffering from clinical depression, especially when they are feeling hopeless and they are talking of wanting to die, a few things that we also need to bear in mind that apart from these disorders, there are various psychosocial issues that may drive people to suicide. Sometimes poverty, where the person is struggling to make ends meet and nothing seems to work, or even when they face reverses in relationships, some people may actually attempt suicide or successfully commit suicide because of a relationship gone bad. What are some of the things that one can do to prevent suicide? It's really difficult unless you are aware of what the problem is. But when people start talking of wanting to take their lives, we should always take them seriously. Sometimes they say they were only joking, but anybody who talks of suicide perhaps needs to be assessed. In Ghana, many people, for cultural and religious reasons, do not like to talk openly about suicidal ideas that they have. They may simply say they are having bad thoughts, but unless they are encouraged to, they would not open up to talk about suicidal ideation. So whenever you hear anybody, especially when they appear depressed, talk about having bad thoughts, try to find out what these thoughts are. And if they express any ideas of wanting to die or wanting to take their lives, it's important that we simply don't tell them to forget it, as some are wont to do, but instead to encourage them to quickly see a doctor. Suicide is a real problem, a clear and present danger that we must all be aware of.
And thanks for joining us once again on PM Express. There are a few interesting stories that we know have emerged from the MPP Parliamentary primary over the weekend. We're going to sift through that and help you, in essence, make sense of what has happened. You've heard a lot about the numbers. Let's now make sense of that. But where we stand tonight, we know there's still one constituency which is still generating a fair bit of tension. I'm talking about Yendi, because there, the EC says there is still no winner. But we know one of the contenders, who is incumbent member of parliament for the area, Farouk Aliyu Mahama, says he won that particular race. As we know, the third national vice chairman in that particular constituency, in fact, he was sent there to supervise the entire regional context and elections there. He went ahead and declared Farouk Mahama the winner. Tonight, he's confirmed that he did so on the authority of the General Secretary of the party. The party, meanwhile, says, well, they're waiting for a briefing from the regional executives of the party, but also the constitutional executives on what happened before they resolve this. So this has become a pretty thorny issue going into today. It's been 48 hours plus since the polls ended, and there's no closure on that. But there are some major talking points. One of them is a sheer number of incumbents that lost their seats in the primary, 28 of them. And already a lot is being said about this, because if you put the 28 together with the 18 incumbents who voluntarily said they were not going to contest this particular primary, that is a significant number of individuals and stalwarts in the party whose experience will no longer be there in Parliament in 2025. But also, the MPP will lose that experience. What is its impact on the party in Parliament, but also government business between now and December, by the time that the current president leaves office. Over the weekend, if you join our coverage here on the election headquarters, which is always brought to you by Petrosol, clean fuel in full quantity, the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament says, well, he does not anticipate that it will have a significant impact. But the sheer number of experienced hands making way in Parliament, Joso Usu himself, Osechi Mensah-Bonsu. Now you look at the casualty list already that we're seeing. You have Bright Rekrubebe, Deputy Minister for Employment. You have Joseph Kujo. He's also gone. You have Frida Pempe, also gone. You have the Sanitation Minister, also gone. Definitely that experience that the party needs in the House, they are not going to be available. There's always an impact somewhere. The fresh faces coming in will have to learn, and you have to learn very quickly. So that's the first talking point that has emerged from this, and it is one that we are watching closely. Of course, talking about incumbents who lost, this is possibly one of the most high-profile incumbents going in. Very interesting indeed. We're watching this very closely. I'm talking about Sarah Josafo because of all the controversy that led into this particular primary, and that gap was significant between herself and Aaron Michael Quay. It wasn't even funny, because if you go back to the trends, in the last two times that he contested, Michael Quay polled 124 as against Sarah Josafo's 186 in 2011. You come back to 2020, the closest yet of a difference of 8 points, but then you see that gap here that he polled, significant one indeed for him. And the big picture there, though, the biggest constituency still in this country when it comes to votes on election day is, if you go to the constituency, we spent quite some time there last week trying to monitor what was happening on the ground. The constituent said if the party still brought forth Josafo and retained her, they should forget the national election. So there was really a big picture question. This was the big picture contest. And if you listen to the constituency secretary, he emphasized this point. And so they have their man, the man that they believe will appeal to the electorate in the Dom Kwabenya constituency to get them the victory for 2024. In a constituency that the MPP is absolutely strong in, if you got this wrong, that could pose a significant threat to you. And so they believe they fixed this. We'll see what the delegates will say when it comes down to crunch. Well, the delegates have spoken already. I'm talking about when the general population go to vote on December 7th. That's a story there in Dom Kwabenya. Of course, I mean, this is Katie Hammond's area. Also very interesting. If you look at the conversations going in, he threatened to beat him at the polls, but also beat him physically. Well, he said this in front of police officers. That physical beating hasn't happened yet, but the electoral defeat has happened. The electoral beating has happened. And he delivered a resounding one there in Adansia Sokwa, considering all the tension that went into this. And this is the same gentleman he came up against in the last primary. And if you look at it, the last time, it was close. It was 58 votes. Now you're talking in excess of almost 200 votes difference there in Adansia Sokwa. So that tells you a story of Katie Hammond's popularity in that particular constituency. And he is absolutely excited by this. I want to quickly go back just a second to that particular area again before we begin to see the picture emerge in other areas. Okay, so that's the case of Katie Hammond's own constituency. And it also shows that incumbents, regardless of how many times they've gone, if they're really strong on the ground, they still can win, because as you heard Joe also say on the election headquarters over the weekend, sometimes if you're attempting to go a third time, you are risking being humiliated. He decided not to go. If he stood again in Bekwai, he would have won. But it was time for him. Katie Hammond, many thought it was his time and he was possibly going to suffer a humiliating defeat. He didn't. Well, he was expected to join us. He isn't just yet. But here is another interesting big story point that we're reading a bit more into this. Why? Because of the Ken Oforiatta factor. Because Eugene Boakye-Antwi was the most vocal, one of the most vocal rebels who emerged in Parliament asking the president to sack Ken Oforiatta. And when he came under some scrutiny, he went public to say nobody can cause his defeat in this constituency. Nobody can remove him as a member of parliament because his people believe in him and they put him there. Well, as it turned out, he lost his seat and lost it by a significant vote margin, as you see that play. And we believe definitely those elements in the party who felt that he has bitten more than he could chew by taking on the finance minister the way he did, decided to make sure they teach him a lesson. And also, he's not really pitched his camp that firmly with the new power station in the party, and I'm talking about around the vice president too. So he's really left exposed there. And why wouldn't he say the things he said going into the elections that nobody can touch him in the constituency? Because if you look at his historical performance in the delegates elections in the parliamentary primary, has been pretty handsome. 485 against 166, that's a huge margin of 74.5%. He was coming into this believing that these same delegates who voted for him in 2020 again will come and help him out. But, well, you cannot touch the kind of Friata and say all the things that you've said, and again, not picture come that firmly in the new power center in the party, that is the current vice president, who's the flag bearer, and expect to still win. And so that was expected, and so he lost. And then we come to the other big story, the sitting ministers who lost, right? And remember that the parliamentary primary is a game of who has the most resources. It is winner always coming to the party with the most resources. And many, many people thought that incumbent ministers who definitely have more resources in the constituency than those they are competing against. That is a challenge with our democracy currently, that elected positions is essentially to the highest bidder. It's being sold to the highest bidder. And we're going to be talking about that tonight with some of the candidates themselves who won, joining us for a conversation, a very honest conversation. But they went into this and lost, right? But who did they lose against? And that's a very important question to also examine. Because the gender minister, for example, lost against the spokesperson for the vice president, who's also an economic advisor to the vice president, right? That's a new power center in the party. Power has shifted, has it not? Has shifted from the power center we've known in the MPP as around the current president, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to the vice president. And so, yes, that's what happened. I'm talking about Luriba Abudu. I'm talking about the technical advisor, rather, who knocked her off there. And then you come to Frida Pempe. That's rather where Gideon Wako is, where he is the spokesperson and economic advisor. So these two tell also the very important story, which has been emphasizing that power has shifted within the party. Influences move, loyalties have begun to change, and everybody is now beginning to move around the vice president, the current flag bearer of the party. And these two were recently appointed, just a year ago. She was appointed in July last year by the president. Perceived to be the president's favorite. The president put them there, and yet they came up against the vice president's favorites too, because they worked for him, and they lost against them. They lost against those two. So that tells you a story, also representing what may be happening in the party in terms of the changing power dynamics there. But also, the thing about resources is, if they're also coming from the vice president's stock, you can expect that they will have people who believe in their cause, possibly because of the vice president's association, and they will put money into their campaign. So that was a pretty keen contest, and the victories were seen there. In both cases, this was a bit close, but this was significant margins there. And then you have Minister for Public Enterprises, who also lost in this constituency, right? And that we see is one of those areas that has raised a few eyebrows. So many didn't see that he will lose, but he lost to somebody who is well known, is a lawyer, but also sits on the GRA board. Then you come to deputy ministers who also lost their seats, just a whole host of them. You have the deputy education minister losing, Chuma Ampofo going, deputy fisheries minister, deputy local government minister, all of them falling. And a lot has been said about Tina Mensah, has it not? Because she also lost to Jerry Ahmed, who is the CEO of the Coastal Development Authority. And then you begin also to see a certain interesting dynamic emerging, that people who came to contest these formidable candidates who are incumbents some of them also came in leveraging the appointment to boards, to state enterprises, etc. And they came with resources, right? And they knocked them off, as you've seen. So interesting stories beginning to emerge as we see. But I cannot end without talking about the gender factor. As you see, as we looked back to this whole story, performance of the 15 incumbent MPs who contested, a total of 46% of them lost. That's 7 of them, 9 of them winning. So, well, that's not too bad a story, but you were expecting that even more of these women will hold on to their position. Some of them, very interesting names. Sheila Bartels is one of them. Many thought deserved to hold on to her seat, but in politics, there's nothing like deserve. Everything's about what you're able to do with the delegates and your ground game. Your resources is the paramount subject now for the MPP. And in most parties now in Ghana, it's all about who has the most resource. And she lost there in that particular contest. The rest you know already. The Tano North case, the Jabin case, all falling and not able to go to Parliament in 2025. My guests are joining me for a conversation. When we return from this break, we'll get and go into the specifics. And always remember that PM Express is brought to you by Pep Sodent. Every smile matters. Also brought to you by Syntex Tanks, Alomo Bitters, and the Ghana AIDS Commission. Back after this with my guests for a good conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to demonstrate to you the superior properties of Flamingo paint. As compared to other paint brands on the market, we take equal quantities of Flamingo paint and this ordinary paint. We then dilute them with water. And now, let the test begin. The gentleman on the left is going to apply the ordinary paint, and the gentleman on my right will use the Flamingo superior paint. As you can clearly see, Flamingo has the obvious better hiding. Furthermore, Flamingo has painted a much larger area. You know, 1 bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint is made with superior formulation to give superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Pepsodent Nature Essentials, charcoal, and lemon essence restores natural white teeth, herbal extract for strong teeth and healthy gums, antibacterial toothpaste that protects you and your family, because every smile matters.
Kwesi pa! Nansabe na unumi.
Whiskey.
Wash. All of a sudden, my voice I hear different. And when you saw a call. Barman, bring me the honey whiskey. You know the one? Black Rock Whiskey.
Honey whiskey.
Shale, honey near their frau. Black Rock Whiskey is strong. Now to taste me is smooth and it goes down easy. Excuse me.
Barman.
Barman, bring my friend 1 Black Rock Whiskey.
Black Rock Whiskey, blended with natural honey flavor.
Hey, what's up?
Barman.
Hey, what the hell for Sikanton Sada? The Pia Bin Tomana no.
Black Rock Whiskey, Kebi, the feel is smooth, no.
Drink responsibly. Not for sale to persons under 18 years of age and not recommended for pregnant women. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Blessing, do you know of any good medical school I can take Kofi to?
Oh, Fifi, is that why you're looking all moody? Then I have some good news for you. The College of Medicine and Allied Sciences, COMAS, Accra, Ghana, is a degree-awarding institution, and they offer Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery using the Graduate Entry Medical Programs, Bachelor of Diagnostic Imaging, and BSc Health Information Management. All these programs are accredited by GTEC. Their bilingual curriculum prepares you to consult in French.
But I'm worried about admissions.
Admissions are ongoing. Contact us on Facebook or on Instagram at info.comas or call us on 0208-456-556 or send them an email info@comas.edu.gh. Comas, the citadel of a holistic professional medical education.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Pepsodent Nature Essentials, charcoal, and lemon essence restores natural white teeth, herbal extract for strong teeth and healthy gums, antibacterial toothpaste that protects you and your family, because every smile matters.
As for the marriage, you get the certificate before you get into the marriage, so you don't know what is ahead of you.
What would make your partner walk out of the relationship?
Probably when he finds me cheating. No.
So, I'm not going to do the body or what? What's his waist size?
When I get home, I'll explain it.
What's Papa? 2 years or so, and 3 years ago, I say, I can't pray.
And you want to go into politics? You
want to go into politics?
Not 5 years.
Not 5 years.
Right. If you love me right.
And PMSS is always brought to you by Syntex Tanks. It is strong, it is tough. Alomo Bitters experience greatness in every moment. Ghana AIDS Commission, and also by Pepsodent. Every smile matters, and no matter your water needs, Syntex Tank has it all. Syntex Tanks is first to introduce a double-layer tank, and now you can have as many layers as you want. Syntex Tanks is first to introduce the white inner layer tanks in Ghana, and we now introduce you to the customer specs order. We'll let you order any color and size of preference. Syntex tank gives you the longest warranty of 7 years, which no other tank gives you in Ghana. So whatever your water consumption, size of project or demand, choose Syntex tanks. We have agents nationwide. Call them on 0244 335 168 or shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tanks, a strong, a tough. And I need to recommend the cavity fighter. And it only comes from Pepsodent, because every time we eat, remember, the food and sugars are trapped between our teeth, leading to decay, gum disease, and in some cases, foul breath. Now, brushing your teeth every morning and night with Pepsodent Cavity Fighter gives your teeth the protection they need, leaving you with 10 times stronger teeth. Now, Pepsodent Cavity Fighter is fortified with fluoride and micro-calcium ingredients, sealing tiny and invisible holes in your teeth. Now, this prevents cavities, keeps your teeth strong and mouth healthy. Pepsodent Cavity comes in a 175-gram big family pack and 120-gram Ejapwa pack, 65G and 12G sachet as well. So you can always get what you can afford at any time. Don't just use toothpaste that brushes your teeth. Use Pepsodent that protects your teeth. Always remember to brush your teeth in the morning and before you sleep at night. Pepsodent has been educating Ghanaians on how to brush your teeth for 25 years, and it is recommended by the Ghana Dental Association. Pepsodent indeed is what you need to get. You want to also talk to a dentist for free? Call toll-free at 0800-16100 to talk to a dentist for free. Pepsodent, you can get it at any shop. You can also call them toll-free at 0800-200-030. Pepsodent, every smile matters. I want to bring in my guest into the conversation now, and you know him. Dr. Makoba joins us right now via Zoom. He is the former head of the Political Science Department at the KNUST, and he is the stalwart of the party too. He attempted to lead the party as the national chairman, and so he has great knowledge of the MPP. So I'm grateful that you could join us. We'll also be joined by some of the aspirants who won, and also some who are currently contesting the outcomes. Farouk Mahama says he won in Yendi. Hopefully he can join us for a conversation where we are tonight on that subject. But, Amakuba, give me your overall reaction to the outcomes that we saw on Saturday.
Well, your statistics was interesting, but I beg to differ. It's all skewed. It's not a reflection of the general election or how it's going to be, because this one was corralled. The people involved were corralled to one side. The general election is not going to be like that. So you can't use this election as a gauge for this to happen. I'm afraid that's what I see.
Okay, so it's not a barometer. I want to isolate a few interesting points. I want to come to the Ashanti region, stronghold of the MPP, and they desperately need Ashanti region this year more than any other election year because of 8-year curse, attempting to break the 8. But also, if you look at the incumbents who lost, the overwhelming majority comes from the Ashanti region. In fact, 8 of them come from the Ashanti region. I mean, of course, you mean that it's a huge region. Most of almost all, barring almost like 3 or 4 of the constituencies is in the camp or is held by MPP MP. So you can expect some significant casualties there. But for the fact that 8 of them come from there, how much are you reading into this going into the 2024 elections on December 7th?
Well, I suspect we may see an increase of independent candidates. That's one thing. Because if you lost and you don't think you were treated fair by your own party, and then you may be tempted to go it alone, independent. So that remains to be seen, how many will take that up. Because it's your party too. So why the support go to one side and not your side, if you feel that's what happened? And so we have to wait and see what they are going to do. And that's what I see. And either way, it's not good for the party. The division continues. That's what it implies. If you think your party did not treat you right, are you going to support your party? That's the question. So the things that have gone on ahead of time, I can say pretty much has decimated the party, and it continues in the election. The results are indication of that, this unity decimation. So now, if you're an MPP, and you run against a candidate who has the support of the vice president, then you've lost. Are you going to support the vice president in the general election? That's the question. Is he going to be able to turn them around to his side again? Well, that remains to be seen. In Ghana, money can do everything. So let's see.
And we'll talk about that money factor later on, because it's again played out as we've seen in this particular primary. But still in the Ashanti region, though, there's a story also in Bantama that we've been paying attention to. The Kennedy Agyapong factor. He had gone there, campaigned very heavily for his brother, caused a bit of chaos within the party with threats to spill the beans if the brother wins, if the brother loses. The brother lost, obviously, and lost significantly. And many thought, coming on the heels of the presidential primary and his performance there, his popularity among delegates, he was going to deliver all that support to the brother. That didn't happen. Should we read into that and come to a conclusion that Kennedy is not as popular in the party as he thinks it is, and that the power brokers really taught him a lesson there, and it's possibly the beginning of that waning of that Kennedy phenomenon?
Well, once again, we have that distortion of money, because these are delegates. They are not ordinary people who go to vote. They are paid to vote, so to speak, because money changes hands. And if you pay him back, you vote that way. And so that is what has happened. Besides, the president himself threatened to sponsor somebody else against the incumbent candidate who did not support the finance minister. Maybe that has come about. If that is the case, we're going to have the same support from these people who have lost. As you go along the list, problems. Is the vice president going to be able to fix this thing before the general election? I don't know. He doesn't have a lot of time. Right? So it doesn't look good anyway you look at it. It doesn't look good. As we go along, the things that happened before, they have come back again. This is why we're holding parliamentary elections at this time. Before the primary for what? We've done the primary first. It's supposed to be the opposite, reverse, right? But they did it this way. That means every parliamentary candidate, so to speak, to shut up. Don't criticize certain people. Don't say certain things if you don't want to lose your seat. That is not how a political party is run. Are you going to be in charge forever? No. And what happens when you go off the scene? That's the question. I don't know the answers to these things, but they seem to not long-term planning, just what to do to win this time. That's it. But as you go along, even if you do win by your designs, you are destroying the party.
Didn't they think
many party members are saying they were not treated fairly.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the complaints of unfair treatment, though, it hasn't really been a major theme after the polls. I mean, if it's playing out, sure, people are this not happy, but it hasn't played out to the surface just yet. Does that mean that the party has been at least very good at managing this at that level?
Well, it remains to be seen because it's quite fresh. So let's give it about a week or so and let people reflect. And then they start talking again, and we'll see what they're saying now. Right? It's too early for them to be able to assess things properly. But whatever way you look at it, this is not how it's supposed to be. It's not the executive or the party that is supposed to foist candidates on the party.
But that didn't happen this time, did it? I mean, delegates went to vote and they voted for their own choice.
Well, no, that's not it. You voted for the highest bidder. The side that has, you said they have resources, you mean they have money. Where did they get the money from? Look, the vice president alone, when he went through the primary, he spent about 80 million. Where did he get the money from? 80 million cedis. What is his pay? That is what Ghanaians are supposed to be asked. That's the pertinent question. How much does he get paid a month for him to be able to afford this bill? Where did he get that money from? But we behave as if we don't see it. Oh, he's a vice president, he has money. What? If you have vice president, you get money automatically, even if somebody gave it to you.
I mean, the vice president didn't contest in the parliamentary primary. Let's focus on the on the candidates who did. You're saying, of course, we know money played the role there. In Ashanti region, though, if you live there, you know what the situation is with what people believe of the party. The outcome that we've seen with some of the new faces coming in, does that put the MPP in a position to maximize votes there? They need far more than 75% to win the national elections. Historically, they've always done so if they cross that mark. Do you believe the outcome places them in a very strong position to get all the votes they can in the Ashanti region stronghold to win the elections as they've always done when they hit the mark?
It's hard for me to say because the whole thing is skewed. You are paying people to vote, you understand? You push them on to one side, vote for this one or else. Can you use that result for any projection? Especially when the next projection does not include the indicators you used. That's the problem. The indicators have changed. The money situation will go down a bit. So how do you use the same indicators to project the general election? You can't. That's the problem. You can't use that. And so that becomes a brand new thing. You have won, yes, your candidates have won. And what's going to happen now? You have the boogeyman at the back too, the one who feels not properly treated, the one who is angry because he doesn't belong to the right side. They're all going to get angry, and it's your own party people. And it's not good. This is why political parties must be run along democratic lines, the Constitution says. So when you lose, you have genuinely lost, and you are not angry, it is easy for you to come back and support the person who won. Is that going to happen this time? The party is already divided, and now it can worse. But let's wait and see what happens. You know, as I said, Ghana, money can fix anything.
Henry Nanabuachi is the national organizer of the party. He joins us now. I'm sure as we pick the bones from this contest, the party is also doing the same. I want to bring him into the conversation. And he is the national organizer. He himself hails from the Ashanti region. And he's paid his dues there before he got the national organizer position. Thank you very much, Henry Nanabuachi. So I'm curious, though. The party obviously is looking at the outcome. We've seen 28 incumbents lose their primary over the weekend, lose their contest in their constituencies. If you add to that the 18 incumbents who retired, who say they voluntarily didn't want to contest, that puts you at a very significant number. Is the party concerned about the impact of this in depriving you of the experienced hands you need to first prosecute your agenda, post the elections, but also between now and December 7, getting government business in the House done in a way where you have your people committed to the cause? Is that a concern for the party?
Thank you very much, Evans. I think that, first of all, as the national organizer, I've served this party for some years now, and in fact, I've been actively involved in the party structure for the past 20 years. For me, this is the best, well-organized, free, fair, transparent, credible, internal parliamentary primaries we've had. I mean, if you put together the orphan constituencies, we conducted primaries in the orphan constituencies about a month ago. And then we having the primaries for the constituencies with certain MPs. For me, it is the best, it's the most credible, free, fair elections we've had. It is a mixture of, yes, you have some experienced hands voluntarily exiting. Some MPs announced that they will not contest again. I mean, that is also part of democracy. And then we also have some who also contested and then they lost. For me, it is a mixture of, and some also won. Don't forget that we have some experienced hands who also won their elections. So it's a mixture of both experienced MPs already there. Some have gone 3 times, 4 times. They still won their elections. Some exited on their own will. So it is a mixture of the new, the young face, the vibrant new energy coming in. And if you also check the background of some of these young folks or some of these persons who have won, you have medical doctors, you have legal practitioners, you have businessmen, you have youth activists. So for me, I don't think that it's going to be fatal for parliamentary work. I don't think so. I rather think that these young persons who are coming in will quickly learn on the job, and they will also come on board. So it's been a very good exercise for the party, and I think that once it was free, fair, credible, and transparent, everybody will come on board. And the party, yes, I also admit, you mentioned that maybe it may affect government business, and that is why I think that we have leadership in Parliament. Some people also came to Parliament after, taking off the position from others. So I don't think that it is going to affect Parliament. I mean, they would understand. I mean, you have to understand. I mean, there is a party, and you even have to help your party. The party gave you the opportunity to serve, and then it is time for somebody to also come in to serve. I think that you need to take it in good faith and then work with it.
Yeah, I mean, but for that to happen, the party must be very deliberate about getting them to appreciate the need to still cooperate with the government, and do work in the House in the way that doesn't cause you more pain as you approach December 7. I'm curious whether there's a very deliberate strategy.
Yes, there is. There is. I mean, in the coming days, there will be a meeting, and in attendance we will have our respected MPs who did not contest again. We will also have our respected MPs who contested and lost. And then we also have currently those who are serving. We will have a meeting with them, the leader of the party, His Excellency, the Vice President, the National Chairman, and the President will be meeting all of these persons. And there will be, as you put it, there will be that deliberate attempt to make sure that the work to keep Parliament intact.
Okay. And how soon do you hope to do this?
In the coming days. I mean,
okay.
It will be somewhere this week or the following week. It's not going to take long at all.
And I want to isolate the Ashanti region for a second. If you look at the number of people who lost, for obvious reasons, the numbers was going to be greater in the Ashanti region because you have a overwhelming majority of those seats there, you hold on to it. But at last count, 8 of the incumbents who lost come from there. And that is an area you need to galvanize your base to win. Confident that the new faces coming in the Ashanti region have what it takes to galvanize your base, get them excited enough to show out in their numbers to give you the percentage you require, the votes you require to cross the line?
Yeah, even the research document we have internally indicates that from 2012, 2016, and 2020, any time we have had a change in terms of the parliamentary candidates, we have actually appreciated in votes. Yes, they come in with new vision, the zeal, and they are seen to be maybe fresh face. So we are going to give him the chance, let's support him. So any time we have changed candidates in any constituency, especially in our strongholds, we have actually appreciated the votes. So in as much as we'll be losing out on some of these experienced hands in Parliament, I think that there is also some political fortune in there. The young folks who are coming in would have to work very, very hard. They want to make a mark. And it appears that there's no political fatigue in them. They are rather coming to exhibit some form of new energy. So it helps the party, I mean, both the presidential and the parliamentary. So, yes, in as much as you can say that some of the negatives out there will be the losing some experienced hands, but also the new faces, the young folks coming in also would work very hard. They're coming in with new energy, and we will see some appreciation of our vote as well.
Okay. But please stay with me. Let me bring in a man who plies his trade in the Ashanti region, our capital, Kumasi. He is Dr. Kwesi Amachi Boateng, the senior lecturer at the KNUSC, political analyst too. Doc, what do you make of the strategy of the party? First of all, if you listen to Nana Boakye, they're going to be meeting with everybody else in Parliament, those who lost, those who voluntarily said they were not going to be contesting, try and close ranks, get them to be active in government business between now and December, with a view to getting them to support nonetheless. Good strategy?
Come again, my network went off, so I didn't get part of the question.
Well, the party just announced from the national organizer that they are acutely aware of the challenges they may face in Parliament because of the sheer number of incumbents who lost, and they have a strategy to engage them in addition to all the heavyweights who, prior to the primary, announced that they were not going to be contesting, just to get them to be very active in government business, so prosecute government business between now and December, because they need that to still convince the general population that they are a worthy party to still continue to retain the power. Good strategy?
Thank you very much. Let me say good evening to your viewers. I don't think they have a choice. I mean, the party is trying to simply react in a way that they find themselves in, and so to try to make the best out of the current challenging situation is rest assuring that, I mean, our brother Nana Boakye acknowledges that, yes, these are, the possibility of simply bringing the party into, or putting the party in some difficult situation, but then they have a strategy to overcome it. Is it a good strategy? It depends as to whether it will work. But I think the challenge that they have now has its own dynamics, and it goes beyond, you know, our behavior here in Ghana. I think if we are able to really, you know, bring in additional resources and manage it well, are we going to change our politics during this short period? Are we going to change the way we go about managing government business? Have we come to terms with the fact that we need to cut the size of government and save money in governance? I think we want to find answers to some of these things. The strategies might not necessarily, you know, deliver if the resources are not available. Two, if we don't change our ways of doing politics, if we don't change our governance methods.
Yeah, but as we see now, this is purely about a political party trying to close ranks after a bitter contest. I mean, what else can you do than get people who've lost to understand the big picture?
They'll do the best they can. But the crucial thing is that to be able to affect, you know, the electorates, majority of Ghanaians, significantly, in order to, if you like, benefit somehow from the, you know, upcoming elections, then you need to address the core challenge in society. Over here, you know, the strategy might, you know, be good. It might be good, but then if you don't have the resource to really get the strategies to really translate into public goods, desired public goods that should be in place, then the strategy would not necessarily conjure magic.
And Henry, so as we speak tonight, you have some areas across the country. In fact, one particular area has been dominating the headlines, and I'm interested in finding out from you what the latest is on this Yendi matter, because that also needs to be closed as soon as possible. When we spoke to you in the morning, you said you're waiting for a report from the regional executives to decide what to do. And if you don't know what the context to this is, that primary, the EC in a statement this evening says there is no winner because the process of collating, sorting and declaring the results, the ballots, was disrupted. There was violence, and more than 400 ballot papers were destroyed, and so it isn't something they can go ahead with. The incumbent member of parliament for the area, I'm talking about Yendi Farouk Mahama, says to me tonight that for him, he is a winner. He's declared himself the winner of the particular race. Now, how is the party resolving this? Have you received the report you were looking forward to?
Yes, we have. And a meeting will be called sometime tomorrow or on Wednesday. Today, all of us found ourselves at Menchia, where we escorted our regional chairman. And before then, too, we had already farmed ourselves out into the various regions. Myself, I was part of the supervisory team in Ashanti region. The General Secretary himself was also in Ashanti region. Other national executives were also in other regions as well. So all of us, hopefully by tomorrow, should be in Accra. So there will be a meeting and the decision will be communicated. Yes, we've read the statement, and I've also read it as well, that the EC statement that came out tonight. Our national rep is yet to get to Accra. Our regional reps, they sent in the reports. So we'll consider all that, and a decision will be made, and we will communicate the decision to the public.
I mean, there was a development tonight on my radio program when we spoke to the third national vice chairman of the party, who the party had appointed to supervise the process in the northern region. And he says, because he had gone ahead to declare a winner and declare Farouk Mohammed the winner, he says before he did the declaration, he consulted with the party's general secretary, who gave him the authority to go ahead and make the declaration. Can you confirm that?
I cannot confirm.
Okay.
What I can confirm is that I spoke to the General Secretary, and then he said that we're going to have a meeting, and they are going to discuss this particular matter, and the outcome will be made public.
Does your party's constitution have a procedure for dealing with an outcome such as this, where yes, votes have been cast, but because of disturbance, you're unable to declare? Is there a process, is there precedent?
The body in the Constitution seized with the authority on matters of constituency, parliamentary primaries is the National Executive Committee. If the National Steering Committee acts on behalf of the National Executive Committee, we run the party on day-to-day basis. That is the steering committee. So if there is a need for us to refer the matter to the National Executive Committee, we are going to do so. But as I speak, steering committee will meet, the decision will be made. If we have to refer the matter to NEC for NEC to make a decision, we are going to do so. And we are going to consider every angle in this particular. We are going to consider the EC's angle, we are going to consider the aspirant angle, we are going to consider the regional report, we are going to consider the constituency report, and then the national report as well. So immediately you put all together, we'll make a decision, and the decision will be made today. Will be made public. Okay.
Henry, thank you very much. And that's the Henry Nabwachi, he's a national organizer of the MPP, giving us an update on the Yindi situation, which has left that particular part of the northern region still pretty tense among supporters of the party there. I want to take a quick break. When I return, I'll wrap up with my analysts who join me, political science lecturers, both from the Ashanti region, helping me appreciate the impact of this on the party for the 2024 elections. When we come back, we'll focus a bit more on that and the shifting power center in the party and its impact also. Because as we know, two of the individuals who won against incumbents were from the Vice President's office. How much are we reading into that as we go into the 2024 elections?
Can he tee up someone in red? And it goes to one.
Do like that!
That's
goal for.
What
After 5 Champions League, you want to know? I be the real goat, Chairman. I be the real goat. The last magician, the last magician. Who is the goat? Ghana Jollof or Nigerian Jollof?
Ghana Jollof has no co-equal. The smell alone. Oh my God.
Brother Shift, you two they lie, eh? Now the same stew when they use cook the rice and then they go put them for top.
Hey! You are lying. Ghana Jollof.
Are you busy? Forget everybody, yeah? My guy. Put some respect on the goat. On the goat. The only goat I know lives in Tama. Every year, we dey give to you back to back. We are talking about BET. I want some Yajiaji face. Except be the goat, huh? My guy, he be the goat.
Though our choice of goats may differ in football, music, and jollof, Alomo Bitters always brings us together. Alomo, experience greatness in every moment.
Drink responsibly. Not for sale to persons under 18 or recommended to pregnant women. This advert is FDA approved.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see F-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
It's live on PM Express. My guest still with me, Dr. Kwesi Amakye Boateng. He is a senior lecturer here in USC Political Analyst. Also with me is Dr. Marco Ba. He is a former head of the KNUSC Political Science Department. Also, just gone by, we spoke to the national organizer of the party, Henry Nana Boakye, on the Yindi situation. They have now received the report. A meeting has been called tomorrow, and an announcement will be made. as we speak tonight, the Electoral Commission says there is no winner in that contest that happened on Saturday. Very quickly, let me start with you very quickly because I just have a couple of minutes to wrap up. Dr. Makoba, so give me your verdict. Give me your verdict on what this outcome means for the shift in power within the MPP. As we know, we have a new kid on the block. He is the vice president. He's the leader of the party. Although we have a president who is obviously a lame duck now, we've seen an outcome where in two of the contests, both in Tano North and in the case of Wale Wale, where the vice president hails from, his people who work directly with him, beat ministers appointed by the president recently. That says something, does it not?
Well, it does, but it's not a good thing for that to happen within the same party. You don't hit one and raise one. They're all in the same party. You have to come up with mechanisms that bring unity. If you see, if the party is operating like a real party should operate, there should be dialogue. Sometimes you get two candidates in the same constituency. The best thing is not to let them go at each other. Because if you're not careful, by the time it's over, both of them will be down. And so you talk to them. And sometimes they come to consensus. Okay, I'll let you go now. He says, I'm only going for 2 terms or 1 term and I'll quit. Then next time you come. Something like that. This is how the party machinery makes things work smoothly. We don't have that. You see, and what happened, we are talking as if what has happened in the past does not matter, or nothing happened in the past, as business as usual. Now it's vice president people versus president people in the same party. And the MPs who spoke against the president find themselves losing. Is that a good thing? No.
Well, you know what they say. You know what they say? That's just what politics is. It's just it's just the way maneuverings happens all over the world. But thank you very much, Dr. Makuba, for joining me. Also to you, Kwesi Amachi. Tomorrow we'll get the very latest on this Yendi situation, which has left the Yendi township, at least among the NPP supporters. They're pretty tense on the back of the AC's decision tonight to say there is no winner. Although one of the candidates incumbent says he won. That will be resolved tomorrow. We'll hear it on the election headquarters. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
The global car rental market is expected to register a compound annual growth rate of 7.5% during the forecast period of 2019 to 2024. Increased concern and awareness of lower emissions have primarily led to an increase in car rental options, where car rental and carpooling significantly help to reduce the number of cars on the road. Mr. Dia called for more investment from government to boost tourism.
We, the car renters, we are in the all the regions, Ashanti region, we are in Takoradi, we are in Kumasi, we are other parts of we are asking government that we want to put proposals. We will put proposals to the government that indeed the sources of vehicles to the ministries, if that can be reduced by even 30%, and he sources that 30% from the car renters, that will boost our industry. It will help us to generate and to employ more people to work in our industry. And that also will save the government in terms of maintenance costs and servicing and all that. We will be the one to cater for that. The government, all government needs is that we provide the cars to the ministry or even to other departments. Then we will be the one to do the maintenance and all that. So it's something that we want to propose that to the government so that it will support our industry, because our industry needs a government, and because we employ tourism industry, employ a lot of people, and looking at that area, we can work with the government in terms of saving money to the country as well, and also helping the economy to also grow.
There are claims that car rentals in Ghana is very expensive. I want to know, is there anything amounting to this particular statement out there?
Yes, indeed. Looking at other countries, say for instance, other part of the world, the rentals are a bit cheaper because, for instance, if I import a car from United States or Dubai, the import duties are very high, and the insurance very costly, whole lot of, and even using a loan interest of 35% to buy a Land Cruiser, it's costly. So that adds to the cost, and we have to also to distribute that to the customer. That is why our industry is classified as expensive, but it shouldn't have been. That
in 2014, the average global car rental rate increased by 2.2%. However, increased operational costs have hindered the growth of the market as consumers deter from the option of choosing luxury cars and end up for more economical and cost-effective car options.
The duties are very high, and also insurance, and also the loan is very costly. Yeah.
Now, let me break it down. Let's say for someone interested in renting a car, is it being done based on different types of car? Or what are some of the price range? If you could probably run me to maybe Hyundai, Toyota and all that.
Yes, it depends on the type of car that you choose. Say for instance, if you want to rent a Toyota Land Cruiser 4x4, it has different price on that. If you want to rent Hyundai Santa Fe, it has its price. If you want to rent a lower cost of vehicle, all has its ranges. Like you go to the showroom and you have Rolls Royce, the price of Rolls Royce will be the cost of how much it will cost you to rent. So say for instance, if you want to rent a Toyota Land Cruiser within Accra, it will cost you about 1,800 Ghana cedis.
That is per hour?
No, for the full day. Okay. For the full day, 1,800. That one even is a minimum charge. Because if you charge higher, people cannot afford it. I mean, looking at buying Toyota Land Cruiser, about 1.2 million Ghana cedis, and with a loan of 35% and insurance of 7%, if you add all that, then you have to rent it like 3,000 a day for that. But because of the economic situation in Ghana, it's difficult for people to. So we kind of try to reduce it, and we tend to absorb the cost in terms of that. And above all, we also have to pay all the other taxes as well.
Now, a quick one. Toyota Land Cruiser gives you 1,800 a day. What about someone going in for a Range Rover or something?
Well, Range Rover can give you like 4,000 or 3,000 a day. That depends on where you also take the car. I told you within Accra will cost you about 1,800 for that.
Okay, but the price is different from Kumasi and Cape Coast and other areas?
Yes, yeah, because the maintenance cost is very high. Say for instance, tires that we used to buy for Toyota Land Cruiser tire that we used to buy for 1,300, now it's 3,300 Ghana cedis per one. So imagine if you are going on long distance and the tear, the wear, and all that, we factor that into the cost, yeah.
The global travel and tourism sector grew at 3.9% to contribute a record of $8.8 trillion to the world economy in 2019. The global tourism industry grew faster than the global economy for the 8th successive year. The Car Rental Association of Ghana say more private-public partnership is key to their business. Now let's look at the Christmas. How prepared are you guys?
Yeah, we are very prepared. We are prepared, like I said already, that we know that Christmas is a very busy time for visitors to come to the country, where even government is also targeting foreigners to come into the country, that he has even waived a visa on arrival. You get a visa on arrival instead of applying for visa before you come, which is trying to encourage people to come to the country to spend their money. So we are also ready as industry that we drive tourism. People rely upon us, and before even they come, they book through the online, and we are ready to pick them from the airport and take them to their destination. So we are well prepared. Like I said too, that our drivers and customer service in terms of our staffs in the offices too have been also trained for this period, festive season. So we are ready for the job.
Very concerned about car renting prices in the country. We've spoken about Toyota Land Cruiser, we've spoken about the Range Rovers and all that. So far within Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, what is the cheapest so far? Looking at cars like the Elantra, the Honda, and what is the cheapest so far?
In terms of the long distance, most of the car renters will not allow the small cars to take that long distance because of the nature of our roads too. You know, when you're on the main road, then you have a better road. But when you are on the side road, for instance, if you say you are going to Takoradi, you just say you are going to Takoradi, but you are going to maybe another part of Takoradi. So if we give you a small car, we are going to be in serious problem. By the time you come, the bumpers and all that will be, you know. So we give 4x4 too. When you tell us about your destination, then we look at it too that this car, even though you might choose that you want this car, but we might not give you that because of the nature of the road. Yeah.
The price trend for a car rented in the cities remains stable, fluctuating around $41 per day on average worldwide. James Ichen's reports for Joy Business.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
I've had countless questions about why you should sleep for particular periods of time. Some say 2 hours, others say 4 hours. But for young adults like me, you should sleep 7 to 8 hours. Why? Because studies have shown that if you sleep less than 6 hours or more than 9 hours, you have a death rate of about 60% as compared to people who sleep 7 to 8 hours. Today, our discussion is on sleep and why it's very important. Join me, Dr. Hannah Lisa Tete, on this discussion. So sleep is very important because a lot of the repair and restorative functions of the body occur whilst you're sleeping. Growth hormone release, tissue repair, muscle growth, all occur when you're sleeping, so you need to sleep. Also, if you want to be able to have a very good judgment and to be able to focus very well, you need to sleep. Because when you don't sleep, you can't focus, you can't judge things right. And that's why it's important to sleep. Now, I know so much has been said about sleeping to lose weight and all of that. Well, here's the issue. If you actually want to lose weight, you need to sleep for the right amount of time. Why? Because when you're sleep deprived, obesity has been linked to it. So a lot of the restorative and repair functions of the body occur whilst you're sleeping. Growth hormone release, muscle repair, tissue growth, all of it occurs when you're sleeping. So you need to sleep. Now, judgment and focus are very, very important, and these are enhanced when you're sleeping. When you're sleep deprived, you're unable to judge things very well and you can't focus. When you wake up in the morning, your decisions are terrible simply because you were not able to sleep well. Now, I know so much has been said about obesity. People say if you want to lose weight, don't sleep, or sleep for 2 hours, or sleep for 4 hours. Now, here's the issue. You need to sleep for the right amount of time if you want to lose weight. Why? Obesity has been linked with sleep deprivation. When you don't sleep, that is when you're sleep deprived, there's a hormone known as ghrelin. It's an appetite stimulant, so it's increased. And the more you stay awake, the more this is increased, and the more your appetite depressant which is leptin, calms down. So the more you stay awake, the more ghrelin goes up, the hungrier you become, the more you eat, and then what? The more you gain weight. I'm sure I've been able to convince you that sleep is very important. If not, well, let's look at a few other reasons as well. You need to be able to sleep so that you can learn and learn very well. Sleep has been associated with memory and learning. So for learning, we have something we call acquisition. That's when you acquire the knowledge. And then we have consolidation. That's when the knowledge is stabilized. And then we have recall. And when you're awake, acquisition and recall occur when you're awake. But stabilization of the information, that's consolidation, occurs when you're sleeping. So now you know why it's important to sleep the night before your exam, right? Yes, especially after you spend so much time studying. If you do not sleep the night before, you're unable to remember anything because no information was consolidated whatsoever. Sleep is very important because it makes you feel refreshed. The more awake you stay, the more there's an increase in the hormone known as adenosine. It goes up and up and up, and you feel tired the whole time. But when you sleep, your body is able to clear all this adenosine, and then you wake up feeling refreshed. And so, before you decide to cheat nature and decide that you're going to sleep 2 hours or 4 hours, remember that if you're a young adult like me, then you need to sleep 7 to 8 hours. My name is Dr. Hannah-Lisa Tete, and I'm sure I've been able to convince you why it's important for you to sleep and why it's important for you to sleep the right amount of hours. Join me next time.
How come say we all day matter inside, we all they suffer? Something they cause me, they cause you, they cause your son and daughter. Where we all feel come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Man just they think how fast he go fetch up something today. Forget about him, people make them find them our own way. Forgetting say the same people put on for where he day. He cast too high to see suffering below, he's too far away. Them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sing. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we we they say go. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink.
Hello beautiful people, welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira, where we learn about home tips, DIYs and home remedies. Well, today we are going to talk about a certain kind of vegetable, or would you call it a fruit? I'm talking about squash, or would you say it's a pumpkin? Well, today I'm going to show you a simple recipe that you can do with this vegetable. The simple recipe that I'm sharing with you is how to use your squash for a drink. Yes, some yummy, delicious, creamy drink. I'm going to cut the squash, remove the seeds, and then dice it into pieces. And I'll add carrot to it and 3 pieces of date as a sweetener, and I'll set it to boil so that I can have, the carrot and the squash can soften, and then I will set to blend it for a creamy drink. So, but before we do that, of course, we have to start by cutting the squash. It is very hard, so when you are cutting, just exert pressure on the knife to cut the squash. Let's see the inside of how the squash looks like. If you want to buy squash, look out for the orange hued color. That indicates that it is ripe, but there is some that is also green, especially this particular type. If it has the green rind, what you can do is that get it, put it in your storeroom and store it. It can last for like a month and beyond. But once you cut it, make sure that you cover the remaining with a rubber foil and keep it in your fridge, and don't let it keep too long there and use it on a regular basis. So let's get to work. Because peeling is so hard, you can choose to boil it with the rind, and then after it's cooked, you just remove the rind and throw it away and use the pulp inside. Or you can just take your time and peel it. Let's remove the seeds. After cutting your squash, you can deseed and not throw the seeds away. Keep them and dry them and use them in your meal. You have to, when they are dried, you have to just crack it open and remove the shells and use the seeds inside. They are high in fiber, it contains protein, it contains calcium, and when you add it to your diet, trust you me, you are reaping some maximum health benefits. So here I have the dried one, and then this is what I'm just removing. I'm still going to dry them in the sun for my use. So apart from using the knife to peel, you can also use a scraper to also peel the squash. Right now, I have my diced squash. So I'm going to take 1.5 cups of it. And then I'll add 1 cup of the carrot to the pan. Add my date and then add enough water to boil. And then I'll put it on fire to boil. You can add a pinch of salt to it if you like, or you can just boil it raw. While it's on fire, now let's get to extracting our coconut milk. So I have my diced coconut here. I have my ginger here. I'm going to pour everything together into the blender, add about 300 ml of water, and then set to blend. I'll sieve it and then get my coconut milk, and I'll use that as a base for blending my drink. See how cooked the squash looks like? It's so soft and mushy. The reason why I added the dates to the boiling carrots and squash is that I couldn't soak it earlier in water to soften it. You know that date is usually hard. So if you can have the chance to soak it, let's say an hour before you do this great recipe, you don't have to add it to the boiling squash and carrots. I'm adding 1 cup of coconut milk. Based on your preference, you can decide to use solely the coconut milk to do it, or you can add like a cup of water to water down the milk in case you don't like the taste of the milk so much. Because it's a yellow drink, you can also decide to add cinnamon powder to it, or to boost the nutritional value of this great and unique drink. So I am going to add a pinch of the nutmeg, and then a pinch of the cinnamon powder, and a pinch of moringa powder, and the baobab powder. Like I said, it depends on what you want. In fact, you can decide not to add anything, or you can decide to add a variety of spices to this nutritional drink. I'm covering it just to whisk the blender for everything to mix, or you can just garnish it in your glass depending on how you like it. Good. This drink is best enjoyed chilled, so I'm going to put some ice cubes in there. Oh my goodness, look at how sweet the drink looks. One good thing about this drink is that it is good for your eyesight because it contains beta-carotene. The squash contains beta-carotene, and the carrot also contains beta-carotene, and so do all orange-looking fruits and vegetables. So if you have eye problem, please let this drink be your friend. I just love the drink. You can taste the coconut milk and not too much of the spices because I added just smaller quantities to it. And then the carrot and the squash so blended in beautifully, and I just love it. Okay, so it is not too sweet. So if you want it sweetened, you can add more dates to it. And if you want it spicy, increase the ginger. And if you want more of the moringa, add more. Whatever you want, just explore and be creative about the drink that you are going to take. I'm just enjoying it. Bon appetit. Thank you so much for watching Home Tips with Mira on how to use your squash. So anytime you have access to one, please don't hesitate to get it for yourself. And in subsequent episodes, I'm going to show you how the unique and the diverse ways that you can use this vegetable, be it baking, grilling, or what have you. I believe you have learned a lot, and I want to wish you the best of the season. And don't forget to visit my social media handles, Facebook Home Tips with Mira, YouTube Home Tips with Mira. Like, subscribe, and share so that other people can also know the unique ways to use this vegetable. Please, drink this for your eyesight. Until next time, it is bye-bye from me and stay positive.
My name is Kwame Kakari. I'm a professor in communication studies. I have been a teacher for many, many years, and I have therefore come in contact with so many people, young people, adults, parents, academics, and so many people in different walks of life. In my encounter with people, I have realized that we often do not pay much attention to individuals who have certain psychological problems that lead to some kinds of mental health problems. But our mental health is as important as the health of any part of our body, if not the most important. Therefore, we must pay attention to how we all behave, how we each other relate, in order that we can help each other in different ways. Because when people have mental problems, they themselves may not be able to know how to seek help. That is why family is important. That is why good friendship is important. That is why community is important. We must support each other, find ways of encouraging each other to live lives that give us solidarity among ourselves. It's important that when we detect any sign of mental or psychological problems in each other, we find solutions. And the solutions are always with the specialists. I would like to say that we should disabuse our minds that people with mental health are only those who we call mad people walking on the street naked and so on. No, there are many levels of mental health problems. So it's important that we all contribute to finding support to such institutions and this care that is so vital for everybody,
The 11th meeting of the joint Ghana-Togo Maritime Boundary Delimitation Technical Committee was held at the Labadi Beach Hotel in Accra. A member of the Ghana Boundary Commission, Lieutenant Colonel Evelyn Asamoah, read the communique. Two key points were observed after the meeting.
December 2023. The 11th meeting of the joint Ghana-Togo Maritime Boundary Delimitation Technical Committee was held in Accra, Ghana from 20th to 22nd December 2023. The meeting that was co-chaired by Major General Emmanuel Kotia, National Coordinator of the Ghana Boundary Commission, and Honorable Stanislas Baba, Deputy Chief Negotiator, deliberated on the items below. A. Discussions on maritime incidents in the disputed area. B. Discussions on the delimitation of the maritime boundary. At the end of the deliberations, the following points were observed. 1. Regarding the maritime incidents raised by Ghana, the Togo side indicated that Togo had provided a response to Ghana through diplomatic channel by indicating that there was no violation. The response is yet to reach the Ghana side. Ghana took note of the information. 2. The joint Ghana-Togo Maritime Technical Committee took note of the urgent need for the two states to continue with the negotiation to agree on a maritime boundary line as soon as possible to end all maritime issues in the disputed area. The Togo delegation expressed profound gratitude to the government and people of the Republic of Ghana for the warm reception and the courtesies accorded them during their stay in Accra. The next meeting would take place in Togo on a date to be communicated. Done in Accra, 21st December 2023. For the Ghana side, Major General Emmanuel Kotia, National Coordinator of the Ghana Boundary Commission. For the Togo side, Honorable Stanislas Baba, Deputy Chief Negotiator of the National Maritime Boundary Commission of Togo. That's all, sir.
National Coordinator of the Ghana Boundary Commission, Major General Emmanuel Kotia, described the meeting as successful and says the two countries are getting closer to signing the Maritime Boundary Delimitation Agreement.
It's a pleasure once again for us to have this meeting today, the 11th meeting of the joint Ghana-Togo Technical Committee on the Maritime Boundary. That whatever has transpired here has been a success, and it has been a progress so far as this joint meeting is concerned. We have come out with various decisions that is going to accelerate the agreement, the signing of the agreement between Ghana and Togo on our maritime boundary. We discuss issues related to our maritime boundary agreements, and we express the desire that this agreement should be concluded and signed as soon as possible. We also discuss issues related to the disputed area on our maritime domain. But we also emphasize that once the agreement is signed, it will dovetail to most of the issues around the disputed area resolved automatically. So our emphasis and our priority is for us to resolve this issue as soon as possible. And since the Joint Committee has been meeting since 2018, we think that the progress that we have made is very tremendous, and we are almost reaching the tipping point, apart from some very few issues that we need to resolve. These discussions have been made in the spirit and tenets of negotiations and mediation, not forgetting and relating to international law. Ghana is committed to a negotiated settlement of the dispute, the maritime dispute between Ghana and Togo, and we hope that we should be able to meet this within the first quarter of next year, if not earlier. We also want to commit that once an agreement is signed, this committee would continue to meet regularly, at least twice a year, to be able to resolve any issues that may pop up once the agreement is signed. I want to use this opportunity to thank you on behalf of the government and people of Ghana for the cordial relationship we have had. We want to also thank the government and people of Togo for the relationship that we are having, the cultural relationship that we will continue to have with each other. And we hope that once this dispute is resolved, it means that the cooperation and commitment of collaboration between the two countries will be raised to a different level. Already, so far as the maritime boundary issues are concerned, Ghana is cooperating with Togo very well, and we have progressed very fast so far as reaffirmation is concerned. And I'm happy to tell you that we have reaffirmed over 200 kilometers between Ghana and Togo this year. And that is progress. Once the land issues are ahead of the maritime issues, we must be catching up from the maritime issues. But I think that the progress that we have made so far as our land boundary issue is concerned has been very successful within the period. We are hoping that next year we may be completing about 200 kilometers of land boundary reaffirmation and probably construction of place between Ghana and Togo. On this note, I wish to thank you once again for the cooperation, for the friendship, and over the years. Thank you very much for your attention.
Togo's presidential advisor and deputy chief negotiator Stanislas Baba says he is hopeful a maritime boundary delimitation agreement which will bring an end to the dispute over the ocean boundary of the two countries will be signed next year.
It's a matter of preserving the peace both in Togo and Ghana. It is also a matter of respecting the interest of Togo and Ghana. But everything is going well. Our discussions are, I would say, very cool, and we are talking in the spirit of brotherhood. And I think maybe next year the time will come to sign an agreement.
You said maybe next year?
Yep.
No, I didn't hear that. You said maybe next year we'll be able to.
Yeah, I said maybe next year. Yeah. You don't
the final solution.
Because I keep hope. I'm hopeful that one day we will sign. And the sooner we sign, the better it is.
A Bobobo group entertaining patrons at the sensitization program at Kweje in the Volta region. Traditional rulers, opinion leaders, youth leaders, women groups, civil society organizations, local government authorities, press and more were all present. With the third phase of the Ghana-Togo reaffirmation exercise, the joint team from Ghana and Togo intends to cover about 100 kilometers from 21st October to 10th November 2023. The joint sensitization sessions are intended to educate the border communities along the Ghana-Togo international boundary line about the construction of new boundary pillars, approximately 100-kilometer stretch to replace old, worn-out, displaced and destroyed pillars. Some traditional leaders in the Volta region are happy the replacement of the destroyed Ghana-Togo boundary pillars by the Ghana Boundary Commission will help prevent disagreements and conflicts between the two neighboring countries. Chief of Honuta in the Volta region, Togbi Kofi Ayisa, Chief of Leklebi Kame, also in the Volta region, Togbi Atachi, and Chief of Klo Mayondi in Togo, Togbi Pechu VI, commended the Ghana Boundary Commission for embarking on the reaffirmation exercise.
The good thing about this one that I can pinpoint is the education of the sensitization aspects. They are not only coming to erect pillars or reaffirm boundaries, but they are going to back it up with education and sensitization on both sides of the boundaries. So people will know what the boundary is about, their rights and responsibilities. And when that comes, then the peace that we are all looking for across the border will be established.
We are grateful to the Ghana Boundaries Commission and their counterpart from Togo. Just recently, they came back to the community to assist us with a project which is very dear to our heart. They, in conjunction with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, are assisting the community of Leklebi Kame and Kudra to renovate our health post, which project is very dear to our heart. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank them and ask for the cooperation of all other communities along the frontiers to cooperate with the commissions from both sides.
It's a very important issue, so I like it. It shows that there is a very, very friendship between Togo and Ghana. So we are happy for the issue.
National Coordinator of the Ghana Boundary Commission, Major General Yumano Kotia, says community engagement and the involvement of all stakeholders form an integral part of the work of the Commission.
We need more stakeholders who are ready to join us to be able to undertake this exercise successful. One, most of the community leaders are able to show us certain features on the ground if we are swaying off so far as the international boundary lines are concerned. Remember, these are people who have stayed in these areas for a very long time. Again, with the youth and women groups. They are able to assist us to sensitize the people on the type of exercise that we are doing. The assurances that we have received from the chiefs today is glaring, and we want to build upon that relationship with the chiefs and the traditional rulers and opinion leaders so that we'll be able to carry on this exercise so that there will not be disinformation so far as the exercise is concerned.
He says the commission will replace all damaged boundary pillars along the 9.6-kilometer international land boundary line between Ghana and Togo.
Yes, yeah, it's true that it's an ambitious program, but we have secured funding for that project. One, we are determined to carry on this exercise because it's very important. We have patches of challenges along this area. So once this affirmation is done, it will bring clarity to where the land boundary line is, international land boundary lines, and then it will also define clearly where the pillars are. Remember that we are introducing additional pillars that will make the boundary line identifiable on the ground.
Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources Benito Usubiu says the reaffirmation exercise will promote good neighborliness between Ghana and Togo.
First of all, they are not going to create new boundaries. Yes, they are just going to let them affirm and understand that this position or this line, that is where the boundary is. Secondly, they live within the communities. So some of them, even the pillars, it will be better for you to consult them because they can help you locate them. Some of them are on their farms, some are even in households. There's a typical example of one that was found in a chop bar somewhere. Yes, in fact, if they had not consulted the community, they wouldn't have found the pillar. But lo and behold, somebody took them to the chop bar. And right in the middle of the chop bar, the pillar was there. That's it. Yes, and people were eating around it. So it's important that we bring them on board.
DC for Fajatu South, Etonam Flolu, who represented the Volta Regional Minister, praised the Ghana Boundary Commission for its work.
I would say it's been a while since I've seen a committed state institution committed to what they are doing, following timelines and trying to meet it to solve a problem. And I can say that for a fact that the Boundary Commission, headed by General Kotia and ably assisted by his team, are sticking to their words and going according to plan. And I think they deserve some commendation from us all.
Some students of the Half Asnes Senior High School on parade at Newtown in the Western region where the event was held. The Ghana Boundary Commission has been engaged in reaffirmation exercise to replace destroyed boundary pillars with Togo. The joint reaffirmation exercise to replace all destroyed boundary pillars with Ghana's western neighbors Côte d'Ivoire will begin this week. Speaking at the joint sensitization program, National Coordinator of the Ghana Boundary Commission, Major General Emmanuel Kotia, said a joint inspection of the international maritime boundary with Côte d'Ivoire would take place in March. He says a lighthouse will be constructed in the area to align with the land boundary terminus, which serves as a guide for the maritime boundary between the two countries.
We are appealing to Côte d'Ivoire that next year, March, the Côte d'Ivoire Navy should come and we will have a joint inspection on our maritime boundary. Going further, we would also be conducting, as I mentioned, another inspection in March. The first inspection was organized in April this year. Future joint inspections with Côte d'Ivoire would help the collaboration and cooperation that we have been seeking over the years.
Major General Emmanuel Kotia says the team engaged in the boundary reaffirmation exercise will be introducing new types of pillars which are different from what were used in the colonial era.
What are the reasons for reaffirmation? We will be introducing some new types of pillars. First of all, the main pillars will not be like the colonial type of pillars. There will be new type of pillars that the technical teams will decide and agree. We will also be introducing intermediary pillars. Apart from intermediary pillars, we will be introducing border crossing pillars. Where there is a border post, there will be a pillar there that will guide the Ghana Immigration Service of where the boundary location is. We are hoping that in future, a lighthouse and a monument would be jointly built between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire at the pillar as a symbol to show that that is the maritime boundary on land running into sea.
Western Regional Minister Kwabena Otridako Mensah says the replacement of the boundary pillars or reaffirmation exercise contributes to regional peace and stability.
This exercise does not only uphold the principles of good neighborliness, but also contributes to the maintenance of regional peace, stability, and development. In addition to the technical aspects of our mission, the joint sensitization efforts here in Newtown and its Ivorian counterpart are also equally significant. These engagements with the local communities illustrate our dedication to transparent and inclusive boundary management.
Executive Secretary of the National Boundary Commission of Cote d'Ivoire, Dikalidia Konate, is happy with the progress of work by the two countries.
To speak to the population so that they can help our experts to do the job, to do all the activities.
Representative of the GIZ African Union Border Program, Ms. Valerie Nenanik, lauded the Ghana Boundary Commission for its work in creating an atmosphere of peace.
On behalf of the German government, I would like to commend the boundary commissions of both Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire for their exemplary show of cooperation towards good border governance in their respective countries.
There were various stakeholders at the event, including community members and traditional leaders. The traditional leaders declared their support for the reaffirmation exercise and pledged to cooperate. The annual Executive Management and Stakeholders Dialogue Workshop brought together key stakeholders from various institutions, including the media, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, the Ghana National Petroleum Commission, and more. The Ghana Boundary Commission has over the years collaborated with different partners and stakeholders at the national, regional and international levels to ensure the effective and efficient delivery of the Ghana Boundary Commission's mandate and implementation of activities. The retreat is to enhance these strategic engagements towards effective and mutually beneficial partnerships or collaborations in the future. Speaking at the event, National Coordinator of the Ghana Boundary Commission, Major General Emmanuel Kotia, described the year as a successful one for the Commission. He listed some successes chalked by the Ghana Boundary Commission. Major General Emmanuel Kotia said the construction of the first access road to Dollar Power in the Savannah region is nearing completion. He says when completed, the road will help with the regular inspection of the international boundary line with Cote d'Ivoire by security agencies.
This is a 3-day retreat, and this retreat is being held at this time of the year to review all activities that we have undertaken since January up to December. The key objective is for us to assess whether we'll be able to achieve our objectives that have been clearly stated in the strategic plan of the Ghana Boundary Commission in fulfillment of the mandate as prescribed in the act that establishes the Commission. Basically, based on the assessment, we have overachieved some of our targets, and we are hoping that we are going to build on these results to further enhance the implementation of our mandate in the coming year.
So how do you describe
For Ghana Boundary Commission, 2023 has been excellent. there have been a number of activities that we anticipated we couldn't do because of the long period of the rains. Our activities on the field depends on the weather as well. But then once the rain stopped, we were able to accelerate most of our activities on the field, and that's why we were able to achieve these results that we discussed during the specifically and unprecedentedly. We have been able this year alone to do a reaffirmation of no less than 200 kilometers of land boundary between Ghana and Togo. And then, even though we anticipated to do a reaffirmation of 50 kilometers before the end of December of Cote d'Ivoire, or the land boundary between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, we were able to reaffirm close to 200 kilometers in that regard. Going forward from January, construction of pillars on all the reaffirmed areas are going to be undertaken, both on the Ghana-Togo side and Ghana-Cote d'Ivoire side. And one major thing that came out clearly during the retreat was that we have not had any serious engagement with Burkina Faso, our northern neighbors. Now, we have just triggered an MOU to be signed between the two countries, the two boundary commissions, and hopefully we are going to do some reaffirmation on the Ghana-Burkina Faso border next year. Yeah, so the Ghana Boundary Commission bill sent to Parliament. It has been laid in Parliament last week. Now, the Speaker has deferred the bill to the specialized committee that is going to interrogate the various clauses in the bill, and then it will be resubmitted to the House. It will be relayed in the House for approval. So let's say that this is a major development so far as the bill is concerned. Yes, so one is going to enhance the tax of the boundary commission. The other thing too is that there were clearly no administrative guidelines in the old act. Detailed the administrative provisions have been provided. No financial provisions were provided. A number of financial provisions have been provided in line with the Financial Management Act in Ghana. And then the new area that we may be seeing ourselves performing is to help amicably resolve internal boundary disputes, including electoral boundaries, where they are deferred to us or where we have problems so far as internal boundaries are concerned. We are not going to be responsible for demarcating internal boundaries, but just to assist in amicably resolving these disputes through negotiations and mediation.
The workers of the Ghana Boundary Commission were taken through various capacity building sessions, after which they did presentations. Directors and heads of the various departments made presentations on the year 2023 and projections going into 2024.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
As for the marriage, you get the certificate before you get into the marriage, so you don't know what is ahead of you.
What would make your partner walk out of the relationship?
Probably when he finds me cheating.
No. So, come on, how will you handle the body or what? What's his waist size?
When I get home, I'll explain it.
Also, Papa, 2 years or so, and 3 years ago, I can say, I can't pray.
And you want to go into politics?
You want to go into politics? Not 5 years, not 5 years.
Right. If you love me right.
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless.
Climate change can jeopardize entire economic sectors and take away people's livelihoods. But in many cases, some solutions can help us to adapt and opportunities to make life better for all. Welcome to a new edition of Eco Africa. I'm Prince Alems in Nigeria. Once again, we've got a packed show for you today. Let's dive straight in. Coming up, empowering girls, how a solar-powered backpack is changing lives in rural Uganda. Food, glorious food. City dwellers beat the inflation crisis with urban gardens in South Africa. And we meet the woman pioneering eco-friendly trash collection and recycling in Kenya via a smartphone app. Can you imagine catching fish with palm leaves? It's part of an ancient fishing method used off Tunisia's Kekena Islands called shafia, and it's especially environmentally friendly. Come join us and see how Eco Africa went there to watch this amazing technique.
The sea is Ala Kabor's second home. Today he's once again heading out to go fishing, using an age-old technique found only here on the Kekena Islands off Tunisia's east coast. It's called shafia and involves catching fish with the help of palm fronds.
I've always worked at sea. When I was a kid, I went fishing with my dad. And when I finished my studies and returned home, I automatically went back to fishing.
Each shafia is arranged as a triangular barrier. The palm fronds can be seen in the shallow waters all around the archipelago. The fishing technique relies on tidal currents to drive the fish into the traps. Unlike fishing trawlers, the shafia don't harm the marine environment. Instead, they preserve biodiversity.
The problem with the drag nets is that they don't allow anything to escape. With the palm branches, fish find holes to swim through.
Kibor's friend, Amin Guinides, is also on board. He's not a fisherman, but an artist, and is fascinated by this ancient fishing technique. Traditionally, it involves the use of date palm branches. For Guinides, they too are part of the Kekena Islands' cultural heritage. In his studio, he creates various products to sell, using different parts of the palm.
The basis of the Kekenian shafia is a cage that inspired me to create decorative objects for indoors and outdoors. I tried to retain the original look.
He sees himself as an ambassador for shafia. In 2020, UNESCO declared it part of humanity's intangible cultural heritage. It's also linked to age-old traditions and cultural practices.
I was using this method as a basis for my project without really knowing how it works. Once I learned more, I fell in love with the sea.
But times have changed. Some now use plastic traps as they're cheaper. Others have abandoned the practice altogether as it's time-consuming. And industrial fishing has decimated fish stocks, so the haul in the shafia has also plummeted. But some fishermen are actively campaigning to preserve the tradition, especially because it works in harmony with nature.
The palm branches give fish somewhere to hide and live. It's an ecological method that preserves and respects the environment.
This fisherman believes shafia will continue to stand the test of time, as the fish caught this way are far superior to the catch from industrial fishing.
The fish are brought to shore alive. That's why they're considered to be of better quality than those caught by other means.
And high-quality fish is an important source of income for the archipelago and an added draw for tourists who visit the islands. But for Ale Kabor, shafia fishing is more than a trade. It's part of Kekena's unique cultural identity that's now at risk of disappearing.
In the past, all our ancestors had a shafia. They would build it up over the summer months. But today, having a shafia requires significant financial capital.
Money that many are unable or unwilling to invest. And so shafia fishing continues to dwindle, even though it's so sustainable.
Why climate change poses huge challenges for many economic models, reducing our impact on our environment can also be a business opportunity, genuinely making a difference while also making a profit. We now head to Kenya to meet one very resourceful woman with a vision to promote a circular economy. A social enterprise collects waste and recycles plastic in the historic city of Mombasa. And it's all done with a mix of old and new technology.
An app for trash. Entrepreneur Teba Hatimi wants to use it to reduce plastic pollution in Mombasa. Anyone can register to have their plastic waste collected from home.
You are able to book waste management services on the go, on the mobile application, using authorized waste managers. Then you are able to trade or donate your plastics and for cash incentives.
Kenya's coastal city is drowning in plastic garbage. It's trashing up the streets and polluting the ocean. A year and a half ago, Teba Hatimi started her own business because the city wasn't providing adequate sanitation services.
One of the major challenges in Mombasa County is the illegal dumping of mixed plastic waste in open spaces.
She's providing incentives to counter this by paying participants, depending on the type of plastic, about €1 for 10 kilos. Her business now has 10 full-time employees. First, they inspect the plastic to make sure it's been properly cleaned and sorted by the app's users. Then they weigh it. Finally, they shred it with an eco-friendly shredder that runs solely on muscle power. The startup sells most of its collected plastic to businesses who further process it. The shreds can be melted and molded into plastic boards, like those they use in their own hand carts. The startup has already collected more than 11,000 kilos of plastic.
During our pilot phase, we've been able to onboard more than 1,608 users onto the mobile app. In Old Town, in collaboration with Mombasa County Department of Environment and Solid Waste Management, we've been able to collect waste from about 6,000 households. 1.5 years later today, seeing how successful this project has been fills me with so much joy and pride.
They're small and made of plastic, sachets. These little packets might be handy, but they quickly land in the garbage bin, and they don't rot. In our web special, we chart the journey of such a sachet, from the origins of the raw materials it's made from to its end on the rubbish heap. We find out why the number of sachets is growing and why they're so lucrative for businesses and so disastrous for our planet. Find out more at dw.com/plastic.
That's one impressive woman, and we're about to meet another. This week's eco-hero comes from Uganda. For more than a decade, a non-profit organization has been empowering girls to take control of their lives and become change makers. She's developed a smart bag with multiple functions to make it easier for girls to go to school each day and still do their studies when the sun goes down.
The young women are eagerly awaited, but it's no visit by neighbors or relatives. Shalom Kayinza and Lillian Amojin have an order with a customer. The two solar technicians installed a solar module here a little while ago. Now the light bulbs are flickering, probably due to the intermittent flow of electricity. They have to find out where the problem lies. The job gives them new prospects.
I've got some money from the systems, like to install them. Then what has enabled us that we have really eliminated those process of polluting the environment, the fossil fuels into the environment. So that's what has benefited us all.
Susan Natumbo also benefits from solar energy, but in a different way. The 15-year-old schoolgirl owns a backpack with an integrated mini solar panel. It can charge a lamp that helps her study at night. In turn, the lamp can load her father's cell phone.
This solar bag, it helped me to read my books at night. You don't have electricity at home, as you see. It also helped me to change my performance. I'm going to pass my exams.
The three young women we've introduced can thank Jamila Mayanja, a social entrepreneur from the Ugandan capital, Kampala, for their experiences with solar energy. Mayanja herself gets involved when her employees look for plastic bags on the side of the road, as the solar backpacks are made of recycled plastic. Garbage is a big problem in Kampala.
So we try and make a difference in using recycling these plastic wastes and showing the community we are coming from that it's easier to recycle waste than dump them within the water system.
After the plastic bags have been cleaned, they are turned into solar backpacks with cute waterproof material on the outside. About 20 women are employed by Jamila Mayanja's foundation. They receive about $5 per backpack. Some of the backpacks are sold for more than $20, but poorer women and girls can get them for free. More than 1,000 backpacks have already been sold or donated. The backpacks allow the young women to be able to discreetly bring feminine hygiene supplies to school. Many teenage girls would otherwise stay home during their periods, causing them to suffer academically.
We needed to show that then it's okay for you to stay in school when you're in your menstruation periods. And the bag has created that comfort, hence increasing their performance in school. So the bag has absolutely kept a girl in school and increased their performance.
Back to Susan. She often has to do work around the house after school. And she's only allowed to study once it's dark out, which would be impossible without the solar lamp. The next morning on her way to school, the solar lamp in her backpack is recharged. Susan has shown improvement according to her teacher, who also covers scientific and environmental subjects. She is pleased that the solar backpack is a convincing, practical example of plastic recycling.
The bags are from waste materials, so it has made our lessons to become a reality, a practical, and we are grateful.
But what use are good grades if all there is to look forward to is unemployment, as is so often the case for young women in Uganda? But there is another way. Girls with Tools offers a solution, a program set up by social entrepreneur Jamila Manyanja. Young women can receive vocational training certificates for supposedly typical male occupations. Shalom Kayinza has also received solar module training here. Now the 22-year-old solar technician has started up her own business. And she has now solved the problem with a flickering light bulb. After cleaning up the solar module, enough electricity is now flowing through. Then after a minor difficulty, the light reliably stays on.
Solar power is one renewable energy source that's part of a cleaner, greener future here in Africa. We're all familiar with wind energy and hydropower too. But did you know the oceans can also serve as a source of power? Oceans cover more than 70% of our planet. So we're talking about an almost boundless resource here. The technology is not fully developed yet, and there are still some questions. But let's take a look at how it could work.
There is a way to turn the ocean in an unlimited power source. All you need is something like this, plus really warm and cold water. This seemingly miraculous technology is called ocean thermal energy conversion, short OTEC. And thermal means it takes advantage of the temperature difference between warm and cold water. When you look at the surface of the ocean, the water here can be quite warm because it's heated up by the sun. In tropical waters, that can be around 26 degrees Celsius. But the deeper you go, and everyone who swims in a lake or dives in an ocean experiences that, the colder the water gets. At 1,000 meters deep, the temperature reaches roughly 4 degrees Celsius, and this difference in temperature is what ocean thermal energy conversion utilizes. It's quite simple. You need a heat exchanger. The warm surface water heats a fluid that has a low boiling point. Usually that's ammonium. That fluid evaporates, creating a steam, and that steam runs a turbine generating electricity, similar to a regular steam engine. Then the steam gets cooled by the deep sea water back into a liquid, and the cycle repeats. Well, the seawater itself doesn't boil, like here with this thing. My hands are now basically the seawater, which now heats up the fluid inside, and as you can see, it goes up, and if there would be a turbine in there, it would spin. This process can run for 24 hours, 7 days a week, unlike other renewables such as wind or solar. And when you have a greater temperature difference with hotter surface water like this one here, the process can run even quicker and create more energy. Wow, that is so quick. The groundwork for this technology was laid in 1881 by French physicist Jacques-Arcine d'Arsonval. His student Georges Claude then actually built the first but unsuccessful OTEC plant in Cuba in 1930. Later, interest in OTEC peaked when oil prices exploded during the oil crisis. In 1980, US President Jimmy Carter signed a law to ensure the production of 10,000 megawatt of electricity from OTEC in the next 2 decades. The problem here is that you need to get that cold deep sea water up to the surface or onshore where the heat exchanger is. The major limiting factor is that we need a big temperature difference between the surface and the deep sea water. The warm surface water is available all year round in the tropical equatorial zone. That's crucial because a smaller temperature difference means less power generated.
Yes, so for us our mission is to address a real problem in tropical islands where there are 600 million people who are unable to generate clean, affordable baseload power.
This is Dan Gregg. His company is looking to build the biggest OTEC platform to date, a 1.5 megawatt unit in Sao Tome and Principe.
What we have with OTEC is because we're deploying this really across the developing world, that band 20 degrees north and south of the equator, we are supplying markets that have a higher risk, higher political risk, lower credit ratings.
And many of these islands near the equator rely on diesel-generated power. OTEC would change that. Older studies estimate that if you disregard practical and financial hurdles, OTEC could power the entire world. Hypothetically. Today, estimates for a 100 megawatt OTEC plant can range from 780 million to 1.5 billion US dollars. A big unknown is
the cold water pipe.
Today, hard plastic pipes 2 to 3 meters in diameter are pretty standard. But for a 100 megawatt plant, you need pipes almost 4 times that size. And pipes that big haven't been developed yet. It has proven so tricky that a floating OTEC near the Indian state of Tamil Nadu did not succeed because of cold water pipe failure. And even if it works, storms can destroy the entire thing. That's what happened to one of the first pilot plants in 1930. This uncertainty has even driven away companies with more than 40 billion US dollars in revenue. Lockheed Martin was set to develop the biggest OTEC plant to date in China, but dropped the project because of the costs. Another big question mark is the actual effect on the environment, because you're moving insane amounts of water. We are talking about 4.3 billion kilograms of warm water and 2.2 billion kilograms of cold water per day for a small plant. That's about 16 million bathtubs of water. There are a lot of question marks about OTEC, the economics, the environmental side effects, the cold water pipe, and today's plants are just way too tiny to figure anything of that out. And in the last 10 years, not much did happen. So until serious money is poured into it, OTEC probably won't be taking off anytime soon.
With inflation driving up food prices across Africa and around the world, many are struggling to put food on the table. Fresh fruits and vegetables can be especially expensive. So how about growing your own? An urban gardening project in Johannesburg is showing city dwellers how to produce healthy food at home and even turn it into a business opportunity to benefit the community.
Nestled up to the high-rise offices of downtown Johannesburg lies Lawrenceville, but it's no high-income neighborhood. In South Africa, food prices rose by 14% this year, and residents here are barely scraping by.
Every day is hard. Sometimes they're rotten. As you can see, the green peppers. I see last time, I usually buy the box 35 rand. Last week I go there, I see the box, it was 75 rand.
As long as the petrol is going up, the food will surely go up. The food will surely go up. So, hey, managing nowadays, we have to cut.
One way out of the predicament could be urban agriculture. The Victoria Yards precinct in Lawrenceville is just one example of what could be possible in Johannesburg. At this revamped industrial site, Matsupiso Makabane wants to motivate urban dwellers to grow and process their own food.
This is beautiful. This is mint. It's very good. You can even put it on TV. Oh, I'm saying on TV. In your tea. I love tea so much.
Here, Johannesburg's self-proclaimed Green Lady heads the Green Business College, a place dedicated to inspiring people to get their hands dirty in the soil and make a living from it.
The green economy is big. So at the college, much as we cover all those sectors that I mentioned, we start with the low-hanging fruits. The low-hanging fruits, we start at the beginning, and the beginning is food.
For about 75 euros, the college offers a 5-day workshop teaching skills to grow organic food, cook it, and preserve it. Today, Makabane is teaching her students to make pear chutney and how to pickle vegetables for storage. It's done with household staples like vinegar, sugar, or salt. But the Green Business College also goes beyond planting, cooking, and preserving.
We couple this training with business skills and exposure because we are a business college. And we also want them to be entrepreneurs, to just go beyond doing these chutneys for themselves.
I attended a compost class that taught me that you can also make a garden on the hard surface. You cannot say, I don't have space. There's also tires. Actually, that's what I learned, that we can actually convert our waste into something productive.
South Africa can produce enough to feed its population, but in 2020, 1 in 4 households went hungry because of the rising costs. Making healthy food affordable was one reason Kolofelo Mpogo got into agriculture. He graduated from the Green Business College 4 years ago and now runs a small urban farm in the north of Johannesburg. The trained musician believes that people in cities need to relearn how to grow their own food. On his plot, he regularly teaches young locals basic farming principles.
I hope to see everyone not complaining about hunger anymore, because we'll take this to backyard gardens so that everyone has a smaller piece of what we have here, and then they start seeing opportunities, like, because, agriculture, permaculture, it has a lot of opportunities, there's so much money here.
Mpogo offers these courses for free. Today, another local woman has come to show how to make self-watering planters out of old plastic bottles to grow vegetables and herbs at home. Valuable green skills in hard times.
Our economy is falling, so with this, I can plant my spinach, my vegetables, I can eat at home. And they'll be healthy and fresh. DIY.
After training more than 2,000 students, it's success stories such as these that inspire Matsipiso Makabane to spread her green message.
Food is everything. That's where it starts. Everybody has to eat. COVID or no COVID, climate change or not climate change, poverty or no poverty, people have to eat. And everyone eats, including the president.
Each new garden plot and every gardening lesson do much more than just help people to meet their food needs. At the same time, the regained farming skills boost vital insect and plant biodiversity and air quality in urban areas, while spreading the seeds of local empowerment too.
So a win-win for all. What a difference just a simple initiative can make. Thanks for joining us today. Do check out Eco Africa online to find many more inspirational stories. It's time to say goodbye. I'm Chris Alems in Lagos, Nigeria. Do join us again next week. Bye-bye.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
As for the marriage, you get the certificate before you get into the marriage, so you don't know what is ahead of you.
What would make your partner walk out of the relationship?
Probably when he finds me cheating.
No. So, come on, if you handle the body or what? What's his waist size?
When I get home, I'll explain it.
Also, Papa, 2 years or so, and 3 years, one year, you say, I can't pray.
And you want to go into politics?
You want to go into politics? Not 5 years, not 5 years.
Right. If you love me right.
My name is Kwame Kakari. I'm a professor in communication studies. I have been a teacher for many, many years, and I have therefore come in contact with so many people, young people, adults, parents, academics, and so many people in different walks of life. In my encounter with people, I have realized that we often do not pay much attention to individuals who have certain psychological problems that lead to some kinds of mental health problems. But our mental health is as important as the health of any part of our body, if not the most important. Therefore, we must pay attention to how we all behave, how we each other relate, in order that we can help each other in different ways. Because when people have mental problems, they themselves may not be able to know how to seek help. That is why family is important. That is why good friendship is important. That is why community is important. We must support each other, find ways of encouraging each other to live lives that give us solidarity among ourselves. It's important that when we detect any sign of mental or psychological problems in each other, we find solutions. And the solutions are always with the specialists. I would like to say that we should disabuse our minds that people with mental health are only those who we call mad people walking on the street naked and so on. No, there are many levels of mental health problems. So it's important that we all contribute to finding support to such institutions and this care that is so vital for everybody, every family, and the whole community.
Stories, that's what we tell each other every day. At Joy News, we tell your story. You have a story the world should know about? Tell it to Joy News. We are your home of bold, credible, and fearless journalism. I am Emefa Apau.
So can't you see? One piece and for peace, the sweat. You know that this be like say I stay your chest. So can't you?
It is an ultimate walk of shame for any visitor to the Sandema Hospital in the Bulsan North District of the Upper East region. If you were blindfolded, dumped here in the corridor, and the cloth is pulled from your eyes, you could never guess that this place is a hospital. The walls are dirty and the paint almost peeling off. The ceiling is moldy greenish brown and rotting away. The corridors are dark and dingy. The medical superintendent of the hospital, Dr. Emmanuel Opoku, is unhappy with the state of the hospital, but he's also very worried about the safety of nurses and patients because of the gaping cracks in the walls.
When it rains, almost all the walls leak, including the medical soup's office. And during rainy seasons, it makes seeing patients very difficult because sometimes you need to get to a safe place to cater for the patient. And we'll be grateful if we could get help.
As the head of the facility, he works with a news team to show the dangerous state of the facility. A substantial and alarming crack traverses the length of the wall, extending from floor to ceiling.
So this was formerly used as a dispensary, but because of the nature of the cracks, they have to move to the other side.
How many times I live on a hospital, they kill instead of save. Sick people, they stay.
Every part of the almost 94-year-old hospital leaks badly. So why are you still working in a place that you don't feel safe? And if I ever had an accident or something happened to me and I need to visit the hospital immediately, this is where I'll be rushed to. I will just quickly rush into the consulting room 1 to see exactly what is happening there. This room is where patients receive care for